When in the middle of the night, oh, when the back against the wall, me no have no friend at all. Jesus taught me how to. Why you don't wake up in the middle? Oh, in the middle of the night, I went me back against the wall. Girl, me no had no friend at all. My Jesus taught me how to pray. Pray, Christian. In the middle. Hey, wave your hand and you do what you bless. Push up your hand and you do what you bless. Push your hand and you do what you bless. Hey, power. When in the middle of the night, oh, when the back against the wall, me no have no friend at all. Jesus taught me how to. Why you don't wake up in the middle? Oh, in the middle of the night, I went me back against the wall. Girl, me no had no friend at all. My Jesus taught me how to pray. Pray, Christian. In the middle. Hey, wave your hand and you do what you bless. Push up your hand and you do what you bless. Push your hand and you do what you bless. Hey, power.
Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica.
I've had to work for anything that I've had. I have said it before and I will say it again. I don't know what a gold spoon looks like. It has never been in my mouth.
So, Comrade Golden, when I hear Andrew, I say him never born with gold spoon in my mouth. That does not mean you should steal it.
I have no inheritance or any endowment or any trust fund anywhere.
That does not mean you should steal it.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back again. And this time, we're not going to drive the bus.
Good night, everybody. Good night. We're standing by to join the live feed of the debate tonight So stand by as we stand by to join the live feed coming into us from Jamaica for the financial and the economical debate, Jamaica's Debating Commission. So we're standing by to join the debating team over there in Kingston, Jamaica. Please stand by. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back again. And this time, we're not going to drive the bus. We're just going to talk a little bit about the bus because we've heard so many stories about how we bad mind because we've brought this to the attention of the Jamaican people. The cabinet is responsible also. It's not just Mr. Vaz or Minister Vaz. The cabinet is also responsible for the purchase of these buses to take our children from the rural section of Jamaica to school. Now we have come up with plans that don't include these buses. They don't. But we won't talk about that today. What we want to talk about is value for money. Now Mr. Vaz says that the Jamaican public is getting value for money. The buses are in great condition. We know that not to be the case. It's not true. But what I want to talk to you about today is not the refurbishing, not the retrofitting, just the value of these buses. Now, as I mentioned to you last week, this bus cost, well, let me tell you what it didn't cost. It didn't cost 20,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 5,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 3,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 2,000 US dollars. You can actually purchase these buses at auction for less than $2,000. 2010 buses. And we're talking about Bluebird Thomas International. This bus, ladies and gentlemen, cost exactly this. One US dollar. That's the cost of this bus. And the gentlemen who purchased this bus, they were kind enough. They were kind enough to give this bus to me to say, listen, we want you to take this bus to Jamaica and make a donation for a worthy cause. Not for the travel of children, not for the transporting children, but for a mobile clinic, a mobile library, a learning center, a food truck, transportation for churches, so on and so forth. And also remember that if I had contacted them last month, I would have gotten 7 buses. This would have been the 8th bus for $8. 7 plus 1, 8. $1 a bus, 8. Now, Minister Vaz, I showed you my document last week that this bus was purchased for $1 American. I'm challenging you now to come forward and put up your documents to show how much you paid for the buses, because it's going to be quite telling. What's going to be quite telling going forward is that the Auditor General should make this a priority, should conduct an audit, and if the numbers don't add up to value for money, then there should be a surcharge action. And that surcharge action should be against you and the entire cabinet, because all of you are responsible for that. 1.4 billion Jamaican dollars. We believe it wasn't spent in the best interest of the country. See you on Saturday. Take care.
Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica.
A common misconception is that on election day, you vote for the Prime Minister. However, that is not the case. You vote for your Member of Parliament. Welcome to Notify. Let's break down what really happens at the polling stations. First things first, you must be 18 or older, a Jamaican citizen or Commonwealth resident, and you must be registered with the Electoral Office of Jamaica. On election day, go to your polling station between the times announced. Present your voter's ID, and this will be checked against the voters list. Once verified by the presiding officer, you'll be able to cast your vote. Some polling stations might be using EVIS, the Electronic Voter Identification System, where you will be asked to place a specific finger on a fingerprint scanner to verify your identity. Inside the polling station, you will be provided with a pencil, which you will use to mark an X beside the candidate of your choice. This person will represent your constituency and become your Member of Parliament. After that, you'll dip your right index finger in ink to show that you've cast your vote. Ensure that you watch as the presiding officer places your unopened ballot into the ballot box. Remember, you're voting for your Member of Parliament and not directly for the party leader, unless they are your Member of Parliament. The party leader that wins the most seats across all 63 constituencies becomes the Prime Minister. Once you've made your vote, it's time for the Electoral Office of Jamaica to count the ballots. Stay tuned to find out what happens after the ballots are in. My name
in the middle of the night. Oh, when the back against the wall. Me no have no friend at all. Jesus taught me how to. Why you don't wake up in the middle? Oh, in the middle of the night. I went me back against the wall. Girl, me no have no friend at all. My Jesus taught me how to pray. Pray, Christian. In the middle. Hey, wave your hand and you do what's in your belt. Push up your hand and you do what's in your belt. Push your hand and you do what's in your belt.
Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. Good night, everyone. Good night. We're standing by to join the live coverage of tonight's debate on the economy. So, as we stand by for that, we may open up the phone lines for people to call in and talk to us what they think about going to happen in the debate. We have not, well, we're supposed to do that pretty soon, but we have to take care of some housekeeping here before we do that. So, what we're going to do is play some extended version of some advertisement and so forth, because we got to work on something here. I'm working on something in the background to get the live feed in. It hasn't started as yet, but I'm doing it a different way. So as soon as the live feed starts, we will go live to Jamaica, to Kingston, Jamaica for the debate. So stand by for that. My family and friends, don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Free. come under some pressure. You're going to hear all kinds of propaganda. You're going to hear all kinds of lies and deception. There will be tactics used to try and buy you out. There will be tactics used to try and frighten you away. And I only have to say one thing to you tonight, comrades. We are blood and fire comrades, and we're marching on to progress. And we will stand firm. We will not be bought because we are not for sale.
Daryl Vaz, Jamaica will not sit with you and Christopherson and Floyd Green and Colonel Charles Jr. and Fairval and Dana Morris and Matthew Samuda. Who going to stick with the evil? Who going to stick with them thief ya? Who going to stick with the thief them Jamaica? Who going to stick with them scammer ya? And as a matter of fact, Daryl, what do you mean by people bad mind? Daryl, what do you mean by people bad mind? Bad mind you for what? You have no good antecedents for people to bad mind you on. Your history is not one where anyone would have wanted to bad mind you, Daryl. I'm asking you again, what is there to bad mind when our hospitals are like chicken coops? What is there to bad mind when our water is filled with E. coli and shit and dirty water? People can't drink healthy water again. What is there to bad mind when the road them full of pothole?
What can go so?
What is there to bad mind? We can't bad mind, you know. Jamaica needs to be rescued. Jamaica needs to be rescued, Daryl. From you, Wellness Clan, Vaz Clan, Charles Clan, all of them sort of clan there. And when you're done, you think Jamaica want to stick with a politician? One ex-politician, what's money? $20 million, another company, media can say, all the people then?
Help, help. We hear the
We need a divine intervention. We're tired of the labor rights. So when I see you come, Daryl, we're tired of the murderer over the Labour Party.
We are going to play some videos, some debates, some national debates between the late Edward Seaog and former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson. Some, old clippings of some old videos that we have here on the Make We Talk program of how they did their debates. So stand by for that as we play this for you. Here we go.
Is non-confrontational, but who is indecisive and soft, particularly on party colleagues accused of corruption. Mr. Seaga, you have been described as one who is strong and decisive, confrontational, intolerant of challenges from colleagues, and therefore a one-man band. Do you agree with this description, first of yourself, and second of your opponent?
As Prime Minister, I am the leader of a team, but I am not a one-man band. I consult, that is my style, insofar as any allegation of corruption is concerned. I challenge anyone to mention any particular case of any individual within the government or connected to the party that has been engaged in an act of corruption which has gone without investigation and appropriate action based on the findings. And many of the things that are being mooted as corruption have to do more with questions of mismanagement that may be made in the course of honest decision making. Corruption is a very different matter, and certainly we have not been engaged in corrupt government.
Over the 1990s, it was democratized to a far greater extent than it ever was before. In previous years, I had certain decision-making powers which I exercised as part of the party regime. In the 1990s, we set about to establish teamwork and committees to take the place of the unilateral decision-making powers that I held, because for good reason, I want to know that when my time comes that I'm no longer leader of the party, that I leave in place a machinery that can work. Now, that machinery is at work. As for challenges, I'm the only party leader in the history of Jamaica that has ever been challenged. 3 times, not once. And on all 3 occasions, I might have prevailed, but there's been no embitterment left behind. And those who challenge me are now part of the team and working alongside with all of us. Now, when it comes to corruption, I have one firm belief, that the best way to deal with corruption is to set the example at the top. When you set the example at the top, the water that flows from the top is pure and clean, and it will carry whatever dirt is in the way out of sight.
If Mr. Seaga, if the late Edward Philip George Seaga could see where his Labour Party is now, and the level of corruption and nepotism, that is in his party, I'm pretty much sure he's rolling over in his grave. I want to play back the same video. I have another video to play. But I want to play back this video again. And I want you all to listen keenly. As soon as we're going to join the live debate pretty soon. As soon as they're ready for us, we go live to them. And I want you to listen to something here. Listen to it keenly, what Mr. Seaga and Mr. Patterson said about corruption. Please, listen to this.
Mr. Patterson, you have been described as one who consults, is non-confrontational, but who is indecisive and soft, particularly on party colleagues accused of corruption. Mr. Seaga, you have been described as one who is strong and decisive, but confrontational, intolerant of challenges from colleagues, and therefore a one-man band. Do you agree with this description, first of yourself, and second of your opponent?
As Prime Minister, I am the leader of a team, but I am not a one-man band. I consult, that is my style, insofar as any allegation of corruption is concerned. I challenge anyone to mention any particular case of any individual within the government or connected to the party that has been engaged in an act of corruption which has gone without investigation and appropriate action based on the findings. And many of the things that are being mooted as corruption have to do more with questions of mismanagement that may be made in the course of honest decision making. Corruption is a very different matter, and certainly we have not been engaged in corrupt government.
Over the 1990s, it was democratized to a far greater extent than it ever was before. In previous years, I had certain decision-making powers which I exercised as part of the party regime. In the 1990s, we set about to establish teamwork and committees to take the place of the unilateral decision-making powers that I held, because for good reason, I want to know that when my time comes that I'm no longer leader of the party, that I leave in place a machinery that can work. Now, that machinery is at work. As for challenges, I'm the only party leader in the history of Jamaica that has ever been challenged. 3 times, not once. And on all 3 occasions, I might have prevailed, but there's been no embitterment left behind. And those who challenge me are now part of the team and working alongside with all of us. Now, when it comes to corruption, I have one firm belief, that the best way to deal with corruption is to set the example at the top. When you set the example at the top, the water that flows from the top is pure and clean, and it will carry whatever dirt is in the way out of sight.
You heard what Mr. Seaga said? The late Edward Philip George Seaga said, you have to start from the top with corruption. From the top of the stream. And obviously, he has left behind someone who we never dream, or maybe he never dreamed that this person would have come the way how he becomes. And when you listen to what is going on in this country, and you see what is going on, you wonder if Edward Seaga was alive, what he would have done. Would he say something? We're going to play another video with the late Edward Seaga and former Prime Minister Patterson. The two moderators were Trevor Monroe and the late Ian Bowen. Let's listen to them again, please. A new video here.
Parliament Heather Robinson and Bruce Golding have spoken of gunmen attached to the PNP and to the JLP respectively. And in the current campaign, Jamaicans have been shot and terrorized by gunmen in the name of the JLP and the PNP. Have you personally ever seen any of your supporters with what you suspected to be an illegal gun? And what are you personally doing to detach gunmen from your party now and, equally importantly, after the elections?
I can say with my conscience totally clear and with the utmost veracity that I have never, in the course of my political campaigning, seen any person coming into my presence armed with an illegal weapon. That does not mean I do not have reason to believe or suspect that persons have in their possession illegal weapons. But I can recall my own campaign in my own constituency in 1980 when I was shot at. And when I returned to my campaign office, they said, we must be armed. And I said, if you are going to expect a slingshot from me, you will never get it. We must take a resolute position on making sure that gunmen and persons engaged in illegal activities do not attach themselves on the fringes of the party or seek to influence the determination of the people in the course of any election campaign.
Mr. Seago?
I don't think we need deny the fact that there are people who have arms that are illegal. The question that you asked is whether I, and as you posed to Mr. Patterson, have ever seen such arms in the hands of anybody who would be unauthorized to carry a weapon. And the answer to that is definitively no. The question, however, goes on to ask further, what are we doing to rid ourselves of gunmen within the ranks of the political parties? Now, a political party is a very large organization, certainly in the case of the Jamaica Labour Party, for which I speak. And no one can undertake to be able to police every nook and cranny of the membership of such parties in order to be able to say that you are ridding it of all persons who are suspected of having arms. The most that you can do is to preach the peace.
The most you can do is to preach the peace. That was the debate between the late Edward George Philip Seaga and former Prime Minister Percival James Noel Patterson. And you listen keenly to both men. And my takeaway from it tonight, they spoke about corruption. Mr. Seaga said that you must nip the corruption from the top. And I wonder if he was alive, what would he do now? I wonder if Papa Eddie, if he was alive, what would he do right now? With the current situation in which his party is involved in the level of corruption and nepotism in this country. wherein illicit enrichment. You never heard of Mr. Siaga statute of question cannot be certified. That's never happened in the history of this country. You have never heard of Mr. Golden, or Bruce Golden. Statute of declaration cannot be certified. You have never heard of P.J. Patterson, or Michael Manley and Mama P. And it begs to ask the question this tonight here, as we stand by to join the national debate. You never heard of Mr. Siaga's statute of declaration not be certified. And it begs to ask the question tonight. If Edward George Philip Siaga was alive, what would he say publicly to the people of Jamaica about a young man that he groomed into leadership? Which of that he went and Mr. Siaga went in halfway tree on a political campaign of the Labour Party in front of all of them and said, Andrew is not a leader. Eddie said it. Mr. Siaga said that Andrew is not a leader. But obviously other people see it fit, and they gave him the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. And one would have asked the question tonight, is this the Labour Party that Papa Eddie leave with so much level of corruption and nepotism? And the people of Jamaica must not ask nothing. We asked for the survey tickets of the bus. The man went to Sam Sharp's Square in Montego Bay and literally tell us that we will never get any certificate from him. We must ask Mark Jefferson Golden for his birth certificate. What does Mr. Golden's birth certificate have to do with $1.4 billion of taxpayers' money? And that is why we in this country, at this defining moment and defining time, to hammer down on this thing. By the way, they send me a letter saying they're going to sue me. There's an idiot, a big fool, who wants to be recognized within the belly of the Labour Party, who continues to know things about me. I'm going to tell you something. I don't love men, you know. I do not love men. I am a man of great feminine beauty. I love beautiful women. If you see my wife is a beautiful woman. Gorgeous, sexy woman. So you idiot from the belly of the Labour Party, you Jacobe, who believe that I'm afraid of you or anybody within the Labour Party, think again. Some of you must wear orange jumpsuit. And if you're getting money, if you're getting some money from the $1.4 billion, you all must wear yellow jumpsuit too. So if you sending me a letter about you're going to sue me, bring it on. Because one thing I can tell you now, you will never get 1 red cent from me. You, nor whosoever send you, you, nor Andrew Holness, nor Darrell Vaz, or whosoever, will never get 1 red cent from me. So when you think, hold on there for me, please. Good night, make we talk. You're live on air. You're live on air. You want to talk on air? Hold on for me. Make I take a quick break and make it and talk to you. Hold on for me, please. Hold on. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes internet radio station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes internet radio station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. It's election night in Jamaica. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're standing by to join the live feed coming into us from Kingston, Jamaica. It is the PNP versus the Jamaica Labour Party debate 2025 on Jamaica's economy. The economy of Jamaica. And the debaters from the Labour Party is Dana Morris Dixon, Christopher Tufton, Favour Williams, the People's National Party, the man himself, the son of Justice Robinson, Julian Robinson, Peter Bunting, and this young lady here. I don't know who this. Sorry. I'll get her name in a moment. But we're going to stand by to join the live feed from the debating team over there in Kingston, Jamaica. Let me send out this because people have been calling me, said they're not seeing me on YouTube, so I don't know what the hurt is going on. But I know I'm on YouTube. Hold on, please. Good night to Walking in Divine Purpose. Good night to you, my dear. Thank you for coming in the chat room. Thank you for being the moderator on the program here tonight. I really appreciate you coming on. Really do appreciate you, and thank you for your wise and wisdom towards me whenever we speak. So we're standing by to join the live coverage of the debate. Let me figure out something here. Okay, it is not yet hasn't started as yet. So, yes, I was speaking about some people sending me threatening letters about suing me. One idiot by the name of John, wearing the Labour Party. Look like they're giving him some syrup to drink. Or in teeth in gelatinous syrup. Or teeth in androness hard-dough bread. He has been putting out some things about me. And I act as if I don't know, you know. The same person is calling Conor O'Brien show and giving some fake name. But you see me? I'm a very quiet person. I don't say things, you know. I don't do things, you know. So obviously, they send out a press release. Do y'all remember an idiot came on the YouTube channel last night by the name of Daryl Vaz? Acting as if he's Mr. Vaz? Yes. On the YouTube channel? Yes. And we block him? Is him saying one John? John from the belly of the Labour Party. Going around and spreading, writing all of these letters. And this idiot don't realize that there's a thing they call cybercrime. Don't realize it. But you know, sometimes in life, we believe that when we're doing things for people, We're doing a great thing, you know, because we're going to bring down somebody. No one, I say it already, you know, no one will shut me up or shut this program up. Let me find the name of the young lady from the People's National Party. I don't like to do these things. I have to get the correct name. Let me see if I can find something here that has the correct name. Pam 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 bam bam ba bi bo boom bolum balim balam balam balam. Is it Keisha Anderson? Yes. So it's going to be Julian Robinson, Keisha Anderson, and Sir Peter Bunting. They will be on the debating team tonight. And I hope media houses in Jamaica can be fair and transparent tonight. And whosoever win, they call it out. We must not be so partisans in this country. So hopefully tonight, as we stand by to join the live coverage of Jamaica's economy debate, it is the election of 2025. It's Keisha. Is it? Am I pronouncing this name correctly here? Let me figure out something here. I do apologize. Sorry. My phone not working properly. Anyway, we're standing by to join the live coverage. As soon as they're ready for us, we go live to them. But let us continue speaking about the past debates that happened between the late PJ Patterson and, the late Edward Seaga. I do apologize, Mr. Patterson. The former Prime Minister PJ Patterson and the late Edward George Philip Seaga. Let me repeat again. I do apologize, Mr. Patterson. I said the late. I do apologize to you, Honorable Prime Minister Patterson. The late Edward George Philip Seaga and former Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Percival James Noel Patterson. They had their debate in 2002. And this, if you're just joining us, we're going to replay it and listen to what they said.
Mr. Patterson, you have been described as one who consults, is non-confrontational, but who is indecisive and soft, particularly on party colleagues accused of corruption. Mr. Seaga, you have been described as one who is strong and decisive, but confrontational, intolerant of challenges from colleagues, and therefore a one-man band. Do you agree with this description, first of yourself, and second of your opponent?
As Prime Minister, I am the leader of a team, but I am not a one-man band. I consult, that is my style, insofar as any allegation of corruption is concerned. I challenge anyone to mention any particular case of any individual within the government or connected to the party that has been engaged in an act of corruption which has gone without investigation and appropriate action based on the findings. And many of the things that are being mooted as corruption have to do more with questions of mismanagement that may be made in the course of honest decision making. Corruption is a very different matter, and certainly we have not been engaged in corrupt government.
Over the 1990s, it was democratized to a far greater extent than it ever was before. In previous years, I had certain decision-making powers which I exercised as part of the party regime. In the 1990s, we set about to establish teamwork and committees to take the place of the unilateral decision-making powers that I held, because for good reason, I want to know that when my time comes that I'm no longer leader of the party, that I leave in place a machinery that can work. Now, that machinery is at work. As for challenges, I'm the only party leader in the history of Jamaica that has ever been challenged. 3 times, not once. And on all 3 occasions, I might have prevailed, but there's been no embitterment left behind. And those who challenge me are now part of the team and working alongside with all of us. Now, when it comes to corruption, I have one firm belief, that the best way to deal with corruption is to set the example at the top. When you set the example at the top, the water that flows from the top is pure and clean, and it will carry whatever dirt is in the way out of sight.
Papa Eddie, the person at the top of the Jamaica Labour Party is not carrying the dirt away at all, you know, Papa Eddie. Because obviously he can't speak to no one. He can't speak to neither Darrell Vaz or no one within the party, you know, Papa Eddie. And the level of corruption and nepotism is at play in this country. It has never seen this before. It has surpassed the 1990s. And the level of nepotism and cronyism in this country under this administration, and the level of dictatorialship, that if we keep on believing that they will change their ways, if we give them a 3rd term, we'll have a next thing coming. And for those who keep on saying that Mark Golding was born in London, England, I would advise those people where the cronium or termite eat out their brain to go and check where the late Edward George Philip Siaga was born. And he was to renounce his U.S. citizenship to sit in the Parliament of Jamaica. Mark Golding have to do that. Mr. Gold was born in Jamaica. And even if Mr. Gold was born in London, England, as I said before, the Constitution of Jamaica allows Mark Jefferson Golding to sit in the Parliament if he was born in England, because Jamaica is a part of the Commonwealth of Nations. And the Commonwealth of Nations is headed by England. So for those who believe that they can go around and spread all of these lies, we're here to educate the Jamaican people if they need to be educated. And that is why they're trying to shut up a Jeffrey Tavares, a Wilfred Radigan, a Lone Summoner Andre Stevenson. They're trying to endeavor best to shut us up. And they have sent me a press release dated August 25th, 2025. And I know this not coming from nowhere, you know, because they believe I don't have any sense. That idiot named John from the Labour Party, I don't have any sense. But Mr. Siaga, if you're alive now, sir, you would be rolling over and telling the current leader of the Labour Party to step aside. If you were still alive, Papa Eddie, you'd have told the current leader of your party, Papa Eddie. Something start? Which one start? Okay, hold on there for me. Let me figure out something here. I don't know if I can get the feed from here. Don't know if I can get the feed from him. Let me figure out something here, though. We're standing by to join the live feed coming to us. Hopefully, we can join this feed. That is, I see starts. As soon as they're ready for us, we give her the audio clipping, the audio. But this is what we're seeing right here now. Yes, we're standing by to join the live feed. As you see there, it's about to start of the debate. Keisha Anderson, Julian Robinson, Peter Bunting of the People's National Party, Dr. Christopher Tufton of the Jamaica Labour Party, Auntie Favorite Williams, Dana Morris Dixon of the Jamaica Labour Party will be on tonight. Yeah, exactly right. Siaga Blueprint indeed. I wonder, when you hear Mr. Siaga preach or speak about corruption, I wonder if he was alive today, what would he be saying to his party people? What he would be saying? Would he be saying to them, would he be saying to the Prime Minister, you need to stand down, you need to resign, or step aside, give the Prime Ministership to Sleepy Chang, because Sleepy Chang is the Deputy Prime Minister. Give it to Sleepy Chang until the investigation is finished. Would he be saying that? Would he be telling Andronis to do that? What would he be saying about the level of corruption and the $1.4 billion bus saga? What would Mr. Siaga be saying? Because in 2002, Mr. Siaga, Mr. Patterson had a pre-election debate. And Mr. Siaga spoke about corruption, to nip the corruption from the head. His party now. His party now. Let me hear what is going on here. I don't know if I can get this feed here. Let me stand by and hear what is going on here. I do hope they don't copy strike me, because the feed I'm supposed to get, not getting that feed. So let me hear something here.
Doctors Dana Morris Dixon and Chris Tufton, and also from Team PNP. Team PNP's Julian Robinson, Peter Bunting, and Keisha Anderson. This is the second of 3 debates. This one is on the economy. It's a big topic. Over the last couple of days, we've had all different sorts of documents laden with all different sorts of promises to the people of Jamaica. If the governing JLP remains, or if the opposition PNP forms the government. So before the debate this evening, we want to set the stage for what we can expect, what should we be expecting. And joining us now to make sense of it all, our development economist, Dr. Chris Stokes. Good to see you, Dr. Stokes.
Thank you.
Also in studio with me, Officer Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment, JADE, Matthew White. Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you for having me.
And on electronic platform, we have political scientist, Dr. Jermaine McAlpin. Welcome, Dr. McAlpin.
Thank you.
And
welcome.
Political analyst and attorney at law, Clyde Williams. Welcome, Clyde.
Blessed love to you and your viewers.
So good to have all of you. Well, we've prepared a document which we hope to use as a sort of scorecard. But just before we get into all of that, Dr. Stokes, I don't think I've seen an election where the stakes are so high and where so many promises touching directly on the economy have been made by governing and opposition party. How do we make sense of what is being promised?
Well, it's frankly slightly worrying for those of us who are clear on how far we have come to agree on the importance of stabilizing the economy, both the PNP and the JLP, of the importance of fiscal responsibility, of the folly of promising all kinds of things in elections, of printing money, the folly of over leveraging, to get even a hint of it as we go forward. And it's just the first step. So they say each party's promising various things, and then are quick to say or to indicate a methodology of paying for it because they know the worry of the country.
Yes.
Right. But I just wish we would have enough confidence in what we have achieved and the importance of what we have achieved, and that Jamaican understand the importance of what we have achieved, and therefore campaign on that and not get back into the pork belly politics.
Matthew White, I don't know how much you know based on your youth in comparison to all of us on the panel, but based on what Dr. Stokes just said, tell me how all of the promises strike you with what you know about where we have come with our economic management and development over the last 40 years or so.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I am young, so I really don't know much before Portia Simpson Miller, but definitely what the messaging on both sides has been allows young people, I think, to buy in to the idea of growth and progressiveness a lot easier. We've sort of mystified or breaking away from IMF borrowing, and Dr. Nigel Clark has become sort of mysterious. I hear her figure amongst us. And so we have a lot of faith, I'd say, in government's upcoming. Definitely the polling indicates that young people are slightly more interested in allowing government to continue on its progress, its path of progress, and is generally very unsure of what the opposition is trying to do. But I'd say we're very hopeful and faithful, as a young said.
Right. Clyde Williams, your thoughts on the worry that Dr. Stokes has? Are you equally worried?
Yeah. No, I'm not worried at all. I don't think the Jamaica Labour Party would have come so far over the last, 9 or so years to give it all up. All of what Portia Simpson Miller and Peter Phillips establishing a foundation, they continued with it to their credit and benefit. Nigel Clark took it to a point where I really thought we were paying down on the debt a little bit too hard, too fast, too steep. So we couldn't get to do little basic things around the house and so on. So I don't think we have come that far to give it up. When I looked and I studied a little bit more what the JLP spoke about, up to 15%, for instance, it is clear they're saying it is over time. In fact, they say the words long-term vision. Mm-hmm. That's what they say. They didn't even say short or medium term. They said long-term vision is to move the income tax to a certain point, 15%, and so forth and so on. So I'm not worried at all in relation to whether or not the PMP, they haven't been at the bat for a while. So I'm a little bit more concerned about how they are going to meet the promises they have made, rather than concerned about the government, who has in fact been very fiscally responsible over the last 9 years.
Let me come to Dr. McAlpin in a moment. We're just sorting out something on the electronic platform. And I hear Clyde Williams, and I can appreciate that. But isn't it a bit careless at this moment, Dr. Stokes, coming so late in the day, even though they do have a good record of fiscal management? You put something out, you don't give a price tag, you say it's not immediate, but price tag is important. And when you're talking about economy, everything needs to line up to mathematical precision.
Yes. I'll give the GLP one thing, they're not careless. So if you just refer to the section that Clyde was speaking about here, they talk about long-term moving from direct taxes to indirect taxes. And the implication, of course, is that if direct taxes come down, indirect taxes either have to go up in terms of the rate, or you have to collect more. It has to be a wider net. And then they speak about reducing the taxes on the asset taxes. So in the language is an out, but the games, the approach to seem attractive, to deliver goodies, it brings back a lot of bad memories as somebody who came up through the 70s and 80s in this country. And I would like to have some faith in what Clyde is saying, that we're not really going back there.
Right. And then the thing as well, as Clyde said, when the JLP came, this is my addition to it, when they came with the 1.5 idea in 2016, perhaps 2 weeks before the election, a lot of us thought it undoable. Not a lot of us, a lot of the economists thought it undoable. But they've been able to do it, to phase it in. On top of that, they've been able to not bring in new taxes, but to expand the tax collection mechanism. And they are projecting about $140 billion, Clyde Williams, over the next 3 years in terms of revenues. They don't have the issue of the PNP saying, we're not going to draw down from the NHT, the 11.4 billion. To that extent, is their job a little bit easier in terms of finding revenue to fund what they're talking about, because they are saying we will continue with taking money from the NHT? Let me hear.
It's a lot of money, $11 billion. Of course, the irony of criticizing the Manley years and the NHT and then taking $11 billion annually is not lost on the country.
Yes.
Right? But having said that, the under Nigel Clark, the JLP has been very careful and structured and tactical. All right, I think that is fair to say, and we just hope it continues. Now, on the they talk about no new taxes, which is a good selling point. But the truth of the matter is, you've had the discussions with the tax administration in Jamaica. They're collecting more money.
Yes.
So the enforcement, the reach, the additional hours, they make it easy for you to pay.
Let's come back to that. Let me just get Dr. McAlpin in, since his electronic platform is now okay. Dr. McAlpin, your thoughts on all of the matters that you think we need to have focused our attentions on now?
Well, it's really a question of, one party making promises based on the potential, while another is doing based on their track record. With the JLP, it's a question of continuity and the investor confidence. So when we talk about economic stability, part of that trajectory is investor confidence. And so when you have a stable economy, there is greater level of investor confidence. And so the question of continuity versus change is really the reality of this election, not just of this debate tonight, but of the entire election. Do we want to continue on this trajectory of growth? Do we want to continue on this trajectory of stability of the economy? The debt to GDP ratio, they are projecting to be at 60% by 2028. Do we want to continue, or do we want to go on another path that has been untried and unproven?
Well, let me let me come up to the break. Before the break, though, the debt to GDP ratio, that's sort of fixed in law. And if there's any deviation, then there has to be an amendment in the law based on the fiscal rules. But we will come back and say what to expect from the debate coming up. We're back with you in a moment.
Join them in a moment. We're going to take a quick break here. I need to do something here as we take the quick break. There is some news coming into us, and we need to give it to the audience. Let me go back here. Let me read something here that is coming into us. It's a little item of breaking news. This is Make We Talk breaking news. And the news is Jamaica Postal Service has stopped accepting packages for shipment to the United States from members of the public effective today, following a post shipment link to following a package linked to trafficking by the United States. The Gleaner understands that outbound mails remain suspended for now while investigation is launched. But basically what they're saying, the Jamaica Postal Service has stopped accepting packages for shipment to the United States from members of the public effective today. That's the news coming into us, that the Jamaica Postal Service has stopped accepting packages for shipment to the United States from members of the public here in Jamaica effective today. Wow. Wow. That not sound good. But that's what is going on. That's the news coming into us as we stand by to join the debate. It is 9:50. It is 8:50 in Jamaica, 9:50 here in the United States. It's election in Jamaica. It is election week in Jamaica. Well, election is called, and basically what is going on right now is that Jamaicans are gearing up for the election. Let me figure out something here, because I see something coming over to the wire here that we need to get in. Indeed, it is. It is. I need to switch the feed for true Dr. Dunkley. It is. It is. It is. It is. Let me switch something here. There is so many feeds coming into the platform here pertaining to this debate, but I need to switch this feed and get something else, because I don't think I like this feed here. There's a little bit of thing going on with this feed that I don't want, you know. So as we're standing by right here now, we're standing by for the feed. Let me do something here. Just a moment here, please. You know, Jeffrey is doing things to make sure that you all can get the feed. Okay. Just a moment here, please. As we stand by to join the live feed. Let me figure out something here. Okay. Stand by, please. Don't go anywhere. We're standing by to join this live feed here. Okay, let me go back. I think the feed is the backup. Hold on.
Next step of the JLP's campaign messaging. And for the PNP...
Remember, it's 90 seconds, though, you know, you think you'll get that in 90 seconds.
Oh, well, very quickly, the PNP needs to explain the very opposite, or at least to depict why their social welfare program is going to be equivalent to the amount of growth we're getting under the current government.
Right.
Yeah.
They promise to grow larger. The projections at the moment, Dr. Stokes, are for it's 140 billion in revenue over the next 3 fiscal years, with growth at 1%. The PNP says they're going to grow faster than 1%, but have you seen in what they have proposed the policy that's going to lead to the growth that has eluded us?
No. I mean, I haven't seen it on either side. You know, this discussion is very interesting to me. The Jamaica Labour Party has been in power for 14 of the last 18 years. But we find ourselves today in a country where the lived experience of too many Jamaicans is bad, where half of our young people have indicated that they wish to migrate. Mm-hmm. So even though as an economist, I see the macro numbers and it is a good thing, the missing thing is translating that into an improved quality of life for Jamaicans. And the JLP has not delivered on that. They haven't delivered on the 5 in 4. It didn't happen, right? And I think that is if there's an opening for the PNP, that is it. If they can focus and come up with resist the temptation of, you know, giving out goodies and we're here to help poor people, which all too often does the opposite.
Yes.
If they can focus, this is how we are going to grow, and by growing, you are going to do better, then I think that is a worthwhile conversation.
I think I need to take another break, and when I come back, I will hear from my other 2 panelists on what to expect for the debate this evening, and then we'll throw to the actual debate. Stay with us.
Okay, we're standing by to join the debate. We're going to break away from that feed and go over to a feed that I know we can carry. I don't want anyone to end up calling me and say, hey, Jeff, you can't carry that feed, because they often do that sometimes. So let me do this one here. Let me figure out something here. Don't go anywhere, people. Okay, skip this. Oh, apparently this is going on too. Okay. All right, this speed, we can carry this speed. So as soon as this speed is ready, then we'll go back to them. We'll go to the live coverage of the debate. Stand by, people, stand by. This is Mekwe Talk as we stand by for a live coverage of the debate on the economy between the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party. It's election time in Jamaica, and we're standing by to join the live feed. We're going to take a quick commercial. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Mekwe Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Mekwe Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica.
A common misconception is that on election day, you vote for the Prime Minister. However, that is not the case. You vote for your Member of Parliament. Welcome to Notify. Let's break down what really happens at the polling stations. First things first, you must be 18 or older, a Jamaican citizen or Commonwealth resident, and you must be registered with the Electoral Office of Jamaica. On election day, go to your polling station between the times announced. Present your voter's ID, and this will be checked against the voters list. Once verified by the presiding officer, you'll be able to cast your vote. Some polling stations might be using EVIS, the Electronic Voter Identification System, where you will be asked to place a specific finger on a fingerprint scanner to verify your identity. Inside the polling station, you will be provided with a pencil, which you will use to mark an X beside the candidate of your choice. This person will represent your constituency and become your Member of Parliament. After that, you'll dip your right index finger in ink to show that you've cast your vote. Ensure that you watch as the presiding officer places your unopened ballot into the ballot box. Remember, you're voting for your Member of Parliament and not directly for the party leader, unless they are your Member of Parliament. The party leader that wins the most seats across all 63 constituencies becomes the Prime Minister. Once you've made your vote, it's time for the Electoral Office of Jamaica to count the ballots. Stay tuned to find out what happens after the ballots are in. My name is Krista Fuller, and this has been Notify.
Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Mekwe Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Mekwe Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica.
How many times have you woken up? You look around and you feel fed up.
If the government isn't working, why keep them? If the opposition wasn't working when they had the chance, why recycle? Jamaica, it's time for real change. The Jamaica Progressive Party, JPP, is the change you need. North, East, and Catherine. That change starts with your General Secretary of the JPP, Robert Rainford, a pastor and chairman of the Bamboo Industry Association of Jamaica, who has served as permanent secretary in the Ministries of Justice and Local Government, with decades of proven leadership and tireless service to our nation, Jamaica, dedicated to ensuring a better future for all. Together with the JPP and your support, his mandate is to build stronger communities, create jobs, support education, and restore integrity in government. Jamaica, North, East, and Catherine. Choose real change. Vote Robert Rainford. Vote JPP. Right party, right time. Put your X beside the hands that pray.
How many times have you woken up? You look around and you feel fed up. How many
Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning.
Welcome to the second of the political debates organized by the Jamaica Debates Commission and staged before a live studio audience. The debates are intended to assist in identifying, clarifying, and understanding the issues being presented in this.
The general elections.
This evening's debate focuses on the economy and is a team debate. Members of the panel of questioners are Andrea Chisholm, TVJ, Al Edwards, Our Today online financial magazine. Taking and presenting questions from the public is our social media editor, Amoy Harriet, CVM TV. I am your moderator, George Davis. As is customary, the audience is not to applaud the debaters, except for now, after we announce each team. For Team JLP, Dana Morris Dixon. For Team PNP, Julian Robinson. For the JLP, Favour Williams. For the PNP, Keisha Anderson. And for the JLP, Chris Tufton. And for the PNP, Peter Bunting. The guidelines for tonight's debates have been previously agreed and are posted on the Debate Commission's website at www.jamaicadebatescommission.com. The guidelines include questions being no longer than 30 seconds and each team being allowed 90 seconds to respond to each question, and rebuttals are limited to 45 seconds. The questions posed in tonight's debate will come from two sources. The first source is you, the public. Send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to Jamaica Debates. These will be checked, selected, and asked by our social media editor. The second source of questions is from our panel of journalists. Questions are not influenced by the Jamaica Debates Commission in any way. Providing sign language interpretation services this evening is Ms. Jane Litchmore, who teaches sign language at an international level and who previously provided sign language services on the former Jamaica Broadcasting Corporation and Television Jamaica, and who also represented the Jamaica Association for the Deaf. Now, based on a previous coin toss, the first question tonight comes from Andrea Chisholm, and it will be directed to Team PNP.
The PNP has promised to move the income tax threshold to $3.5 million starting April 2026 without any new taxes. How much will it cost? Is the timeline realistic? And which programs will be adjusted to accommodate the increase?
Thank you for that question, Andrew. We are committed to implementing the 3.5 threshold starting April 2026. This will be funded from revenue growth, which currently, based on the 1% growth, is projected to generate an additional revenue of $140 billion over a 3-year period. Additionally, we expect within the envelope that exists in the budget has 4 main components. You have debt servicing, you have salaries and wages, you have the capital budget, and then you have the programmatic budget. As a political party, we would have our own priorities, and we will look at the programmatic budget and make adjustments there. But we will begin implementing the 3.5 million threshold April 2026. However, there are other programs that we have announced that once we assume office, we will immediately, within the envelope that exists for programs, see how we will implement them. For example, ensuring that every needy child gets a hot meal per day. The first in family who goes to university to have a full scholarship. and also the $500,000 grant, which will be given to young first-time owners. So we are going to ensure that we do this in a responsible way fiscally without affecting the budget.
Thank you, Team PNP. Thank you, Team JLP, your rebuttal.
Lies, lies, lies. It cannot be done without imposing new taxes on the backs of Jamaicans. Your 3.5 is the biggest political scam since the history of Jamaica. It cannot be done. You were the people who said when we introduced the 1.5 that it couldn't be done. It would wreck the budget. How do you get from 1.5 to 3.5? It's 3.5 now, right? It used to be 2.3, 3.2, all over the place. Can't be done.
All right. Andrew would like to use the first of her two follow-up questions.
For Team PNP, I did not hear the cost of the proposed increase in the threshold, nor the programs to be readjusted to accommodate the increase.
The cost of the increase in the threshold would be $55 billion. Now, no political party implements every single thing in 1 year. So we are going to ensure that the implementation is done, which protects the fiscal sacrifices that have been made and will ensure that the adjustments are consistent with the budget. So it's $55 billion that this particular program will cost. And in terms of the readjustment of programs, that is something that we will do once we get into office. When we look, we have priorities which are different from the current government's priorities. And we will make those adjustments within the envelope of $360 billion, which currently exists for programs in the
Thank
budget.
you, Team PNP. Team JLP, you have a rebuttal, 45 seconds.
Well, first of all, I think we have to be careful about what we hear from that side, because they have been flip-flopping on the issue of income tax threshold and for some time. Their leader has said one thing, then he said he wasn't sure, then he said he wants to do another thing. The principle of increasing the threshold is something that is desirable. Let us be clear, because we did it. We were the ones who came with 1.5. We're moving now to 2.0. And indeed, we are the only government that have reduced taxes in several ways to benefit the Jamaican people. The challenge is the practicality of their solution. This is a one-week proposal, a proposal to win
Thank you,
votes,
Team JLP.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team JLP. Al, you get the chance to pose the first question of the evening to Team JLP.
Hello, good evening. How do you do? On Sunday, the JLP promised to reduce income tax to 15% over a phased basis if it secures a third term in government. This is estimated to cost the country around $135 billion. Where will the money come from to accomplish this, considering there is a projected to be a $35 billion deficit in the budget, and given that many people work in the underground economy?
I'm not sure where that number came from. Our number, based on the technocrats who did it, put it at between 25 to $30 billion. That's our number. That is doable. We are the party that did the 1.5 in a responsible way. We are the party that moved the threshold from 1.5 to 1.7 to 1.8. Next year it'll be 1.9 and then 2.0. We know how to handle the tax affairs, the revenue affairs of the country, and we are going to move with this in a responsible way over time, ensuring that we continue to give back to Jamaicans. You've seen us do the reverse income tax. You've seen us do a number of initiatives, all with the goal of ensuring that the Jamaican people get back monies in their pockets so that they can provide more for themselves and their families.
This administration has been very much the administration that's pragmatic. We have always said to Jamaica what can be done, and then we have done it. We did it with 1.5, and we're doing it again with 2.0, and also our other proposal in terms of 15% income tax. We never say what we cannot do, unlike
Thank
our
you, Team
opposition.
JLP. Thank you, Team PNP, your rebuttal. 45 seconds.
I want to remind the country that the 1.5 that they boast about cost the country $31 billion in new taxes implemented by the Jamaica Labour Party. The Minister of Finance is saying her estimate is 25 to 30 billion. She's applying the same Pro Box maths that she said you can use $2,000 a month for buy a Pro Box. The most conservative estimate for their program to reduce the income tax rate is $68 billion. So where do you get your maths from? Tell the country, how will you finance it? Which programs will you cut? Where will the money come from?
Thank you, Team PNP. Social media has a question, Amoy.
Thank you, George. Well, the first social media question tonight comes from Makeda on Instagram. Jamaicans both at home and abroad work tirelessly to support their families and contribute to our economy. Yet high taxes and fees on barrels at the wharf, along with frustrating processes, make it difficult and costly for people sending goods home. If selected to serve, what specific and measurable actions will your party take to reduce these costs and simplify these processes?
Team PNP, 90 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We note the developments in the US and other territories as it relates to remittances, and we're observing the situation. We also note that for Jamaicans going to pick up money at agencies, the cost may increase. And that's why we want to encourage the opening of accounts, and with reduced due diligence requirements for these types of accounts, we think more Jamaicans should exercise that option. I think also, though, we want to take a deeper look at the fact that we're so reliant on remittances. At least 20% of our GDP is based on remittances. We need to find a way in the best interest of Jamaicans to have them earn more. And that's why Team PNP is looking at options to have our economy grow. We're looking at options in agriculture with the Agriculture Development Fund of $2.5 billion, where we want to teach our farmers smarter and more efficient ways to go about farming. We're looking at options in logistics. Given our position, we're ideally placed to offer logistic and trade facilitation. We also want to look at our BPOs and increase the value of the services that are offered through our BPOs by upskilling our workforce and training our young people in heart, etc., to do these things, which are the careers of the future, and not to stick to the careers that now exist.
Team JLP, your 90 seconds, well, your 45, well, your rebuttal.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if we heard the same question. I heard a question that was about or Jamaicans having to clear barrels at the port. And that has been a concern for some of our Jamaicans who do rely on their families overseas to help them. And we as a country have always benefited from our diaspora. And that's why we've placed so much emphasis on our diaspora policy through our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That has been very important. And on that matter, we have focused very much on creating efficiencies at the port. And that's important because we understand that we have a larger vision of Jamaica of becoming a logistics hub. We know that this can happen. It is something that the PNP waxed quite well about, this logistics hub, but did nothing. We have been doing work to expand our port, to also improve efficiencies at the port. In addition to that, we have a new Customs Act. We didn't get to the Senate with it, but we took it through the House, which transforms a lot of the framework for our customs area. And so we are working. We understand the plight of our Jamaicans who depend on these. In terms of remittances, that's another area that's very, very important. And we have been doing a lot of our own lobbying in relation to remittances. We've not seen any fall off. We're very happy with our diaspora, and we'll continue to make it easy for our people to benefit.
Time. Thank you very much. We'll now take a short break and invite you to stay tuned.
The general elections debates are presented by the Jamaica Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Watch, listen, decide, vote. Mama Favor said a line. Line. We take a quick commercial break right here on the Make Talk program. We'll be right back with more of the economy debate live from Kingston, Jamaica. Jamaicans Decide 2025. We'll be right back. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica.
Already. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back again. And this time, we're not going to drive the bus.
A common misconception is that on election day, you vote for the Prime Minister. However, that is not the case. You vote for your Member of Parliament. Welcome to Notify. Let's break down what really happens at the polling stations. First things first, you must be 18 or older, a Jamaican citizen or Commonwealth resident, and you must be registered with the Electoral Office of Jamaica. On election day, go to your polling station between the times announced. Present your voter's ID, and this will be checked against the voters list. Once verified by the presiding officer, you'll be able to cast your vote. Some polling stations might be using EVIS, the Electronic Voter Identification System, where you will be asked to place a specific finger on a fingerprint scanner to verify your identity. Inside the polling station, you will be provided with a pencil, which you will use to mark an X beside the candidate of your choice. This person will represent your constituency and become your Member of Parliament. After that, you'll dip your right index finger in ink to show that you've cast your vote. Ensure that you watch as the presiding officer places your unopened ballot into the ballot box. Remember, you're voting for your Member of Parliament and not directly for the party leader, unless they are your Member of Parliament. The party leader that wins the most seats across all 63 constituencies becomes the Prime Minister. Once you've made your vote, it's time for the Electoral Office of Jamaica to count the ballots. Stay tuned to find out what happens after the ballots are in.
Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica.
How many times have you woken up? You look around and you feel fed up.
If the government isn't working, why keep them? If the opposition wasn't working when they had the chance, why recycle? Jamaica, it's time for real change. The Jamaica Progressive Party, JPP, is the change you need. North, East, St. Catherine. That change starts with your General Secretary of the JPP.
We stand by now to rejoin the debate right over there in Kingston, Jamaica, as we have it come to you live right here on the Make We Talk program. Stand by for live feed.
VM Group. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Welcome back to the Economy Debate presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. We invite you, the public, to send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Send them to Jamaica Debates. Well, we now ask Andrea Chisholm to start this segment with a question for Team JLP.
The public sector wage bill consumes close to 50% of tax revenues. The Independent Fiscal Commission has recommended the reintroduction of a cap on public sector wages as a percentage of GDP. But in March, the Standing Finance Committee of Parliament was told the cap was not being considered. Why was the recommendation ignored?
For the public sector wages, I know when you look back in history, there used to be, it calculated as a percentage of GDP. With our current fiscal rules and our debt to GDP rule, those are the two kind of guardrails that we use on the budget to keep everything in line. If we do that, if we keep that focus on our debt to GDP and on our fiscal balance, then everything in the budget will align, and it would not be necessary, it has not been necessary to keep a cap on the wage bill that way as a percentage of GDP. And as a matter of fact, one time in our history, it was done. When you look back, maybe it was only one time that ratio was ever reached. So there's good faith and confidence in the fiscal balance rules and the debt to GDP in order to help us to keep everything in line in the budget.
Can I also quickly say that this government has done the boldest move to reform and restructure the public sector. First of all, we had 300 different salaries packages, 180 different allowances were consolidated into 16, and it has taken time. We need that time to sort that out.
Jamaica's debt burden, Jamaica's tax burden at 29% of GDP is the highest in the region. Our middle class has been hollowed out by a generation of belt tightening. It is time that our nurses, our teachers, our police officers, our public servants get to enjoy some of the benefits of years of tight fiscal management. It can't always be that when it comes time for the people to benefit, we are talking about managing fiscal rules, etc. We will observe the fiscal rules, but we believe we must do a social transformation for the people.
Time, thank you very much. Question for Team PNP, Al.
The high interest rate FinSAC era was devastating for the Jamaican economy. A World Bank debt management paper one reads in part, the ensuing rapid growth of FinSAC debt worsened as interest rates continued to rise, leading to a stock debt of $142 billion as of March 2001. That's about 43% of GDP. This added to an already large pre-crisis public debt burden of more than 100% of GDP, leading to an unsustainable debt path. That period also decimated a generation of local entrepreneurs, so much so that a generation later, many are still reticent to invest in the productive sector. What guarantee can you give under your administration that Jamaica will never see history repeating itself, and how do you intend to honor that guarantee?
Well, what we have to ensure is that the agencies that have responsibility for managing and regulating the financial services sector are actually manned by individuals who are competent and professional. The Bank of Jamaica, the Financial Services Commission, ensuring the BOJ now is an independent agency that has the responsibility for managing interest rates and primarily inflation. At the time when FinSAC took place, the government intervened to ensure that all depositors got back their money. What we want to see is the FinSAC report published. The country spent $150 million on a FinSAC commission, and all know we can't get the report. We want the FinSAC report out. And while you're at it, we will publish the SSL report because we noticed that depositors have gotten $2. If them did have $100 and there's only $2 them get back. But the most honorable Prime Minister got all his money out of SSL before it collapsed. That is what justice means. We will publish the SSL report, and it is a failure on their part that after all these years, given the impact of FinSAC, that there is no report, no independent report. What we have seen is drips and drabs being leaked out by that side. So when we talk about FinSAC, let's get all the facts on the table and release the Kroll report from SSL.
Time up.
Interesting that that side can speak as if they're ignorant of FinSAC, when some on that very side were involved during the FinSAC period and benefited. Just recall the 40-40-40. You mentioned it. 40% of GDP to recover from FinSAC. 40,000 businesses lost their money. 40% being offered by merchant banks to make a profit. And DB&G made on average 40% return on their investments, which one of the principles sits across me right here. They cannot talk about fiscal discipline. They cannot talk about management and economy. They presided over the FinSAC era. They drove people in some instances to commit suicide based on news reports. They have no moral authority and certainly no economic management, and they are still there. The Jamaican people cannot trust them.
Thank you, Time. Al, you wanted to use one of your two follow-up questions?
The first one, yes.
Proceed.
The JLP government has presided over macroeconomic stability. Public debt has come from over 140% of GDP in 2013 to 70% in fiscal year 24-25. Unemployment now stands at just 3.3%. According to Statin, as of July this year, Jamaica's annual headline inflation rate stood at 3.3%. The Bank of Jamaica says as of August 12, 2025, Jamaica's gross international reserves stood at US $6.2 billion. The World Bank, the IMF, the rating agencies all commend Jamaica for this economic performance. How will a PNP government build upon and improve this trajectory?
I think it's important to set context for the question that you have asked. When they left office in 2011, the country was on the precipice of economic collapse. When we got in 2012, we had to restore Jamaica's credibility. We had to establish EPOC. We strengthened and enhanced the fiscal rules. We legislated the debt to GDP ratio so that any government, PNP or JLP, had to pay down that debt. Portia Simpson Miller and Peter Phillips started that race. We passed the baton. We are the persons responsible for the fiscal responsibility that exists today, and we will continue that when we get into office again.
Time, thank you. The Team JP, you have 45 seconds to rebut.
I am so glad that you named all of those improvements that we've had in our economy. When the PNP was in government, they took a wrecking ball to our economy, and that's a fact. When we took office 9 years ago, we saw high unemployment, we saw high debt, we saw high crime too, and we saw failing infrastructure. And this administration got to work, working on all of those areas. The PNP does not know how to be fiscally responsible. And we have seen that in our history time and time again. And so the data is there. The data shows the Jamaica Labour Party knows how to do it.
Time. Let's take a question from social media. Amoy?
Well, George, this question comes from Facebook. Nikisha is asking, many schools are without basic resources, and as such, some schools are asking parents to contribute certain resources, whether it be in cash or kind. Seeing that economically parents are struggling to pay school fees and meet other needs, how will your administration, if elected, resolve this issue so there will be an ease on parents' pockets?
Team JLP?
Thank you for that question, and we definitely understand the burden that a lot of our parents feel. And it is for that reason that we have focused quite a bit on how we can get our children to school. Let me give you some realities from going around to our schools, especially in rural areas. When I go to school on a Friday, classes are sometimes half empty. And when you ask our teachers why, they say money ran out. What keeps them at home? High transportation costs, and also the high cost of lunch. And that's what we have decided to focus on. The rural school bus system is precisely because of that. I had one mother in St. Thomas say to me, it costs her $1,200 a day to send one of her children to school. and that it is so expensive that she ends up having to choose which one goes to school sometimes. We cannot have a country like that. In addition to that, in terms of our meals, we have expanded meals to 5 days a week for those on PATH who need it the most. In addition to that, we're now going to be adding breakfast to our students in our schools that are the most underperforming. All of that on the backs of the hard work of Minister Williams and the Ministry of Finance team. We understand the costs and we're working hard, including in providing more books in the public sector so that our parents can have less of a burden.
Time, Team PNP, your 90 seconds.
Chris, you're correct that DBNG was a very successful company. And it was a publicly listed company that our audited financial statements were open to the public. So everyone knows where Peter Bunting and Mark Golding got their wealth from. You and your Prime Minister cannot say the same. Now, in terms of our arrangements for public transportation, particularly rural school transportation, that school bus system was a political gimmick. We cannot be buying new trucks to transport garbage, and we're buying 15-year-old buses to transport our most precious cargo, our children. That was just an opportunity for somebody to eat our food. Let us be clear about that. It was totally unsuitable. In deep rural communities, we cannot afford parallel transportation systems, a school bus and a system for adults. So what we have proposed is a subsidy of $10,000 per month per child for those parents who need it, for those children who are unable to attend school 5 days a week. What we have proposed is a hot meal every day for those children who need it. That is real progress.
I'm surprised too, Peter, that the Minister of Education is speaking as if she didn't know all of this.
Time. Andrea, your question for Team JLP.
The requirement for a 12-year experience in law enforcement was removed from the January 2025 job advertisement for the position of Chief Technical Director of the Financial Investigations Division. Why was the law enforcement requirement removed?
I want to make it clear that on the job description for the head of the FID, there are a number of different qualifications that an applicant could have. There were at least 6 different skill sets that that applicant could have. When the whole process of going through recruiting was done outside of the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and they went through a very public recruitment process. The job was advertised, interviewed. No one qualified to be accepted. Normally, in the course of advertising for jobs, if you go out once, if you go out twice, and you see that you're not getting the skill set, the particular skill set, and the job description allows you to be flexible, then obviously, as a responsible HR person looking to fill the position, then you would do that. That is what was done. There's nothing underhanded about it. It was all transparent. And we have a very competent person heading the FID currently. And I look forward to continue working with him.
Team PNP, your rebuttal.
This is not true. I know as a certain fact that senior police officers with investigative experience for many years, who have coordinated international investigations, who have headed the intelligence bureau, they applied for the job and they were turned down. The truth of the matter is it was a set hand. Dennis Chung applied for the job when he said he saw nothing wrong with in the Integrity Commission report. There were clear red flags for money laundering, cash from undisclosed depositors deposited to the Prime Minister's personal account, 470 billion flowing through multiple accounts. That's called layering. These were clear red flags.
Time. Thank you very much. Time. Al, your question for Team PNP.
A look at MSMEs. Many people looking to fund the business in Jamaica bemoan the strangulating red tape and lack of access to finance from lending institutions. In the new century, we're seeing the rise of new types of businesses, young people into digital technology, the creative and services sector. Harold Davis of Jamaica Business Development Corporation makes the point that access to finance has two sides of the coin, and that it's appropriateness of the financial product that is available. And when I say appropriateness, I speak of the product that is right for the particular industry or the particular stage of business of the entrepreneur. What will you do to address this and better help small businesses in Jamaica?
We wholeheartedly agree. As a matter of fact, as a former CEO of a financial institution in Jamaica, I can say it's a problem that we struggled with in the absence of government having adequate policy and facilities to make it happen. We will, as the next PNP administration, ensure that we revisit the loan processes for our MSMEs. We recognize that they're an important part of the engine of growth for the economy, and we recognize their struggles. We note that we would have to help them with some amount of business planning. We'd have to help them to get themselves ready to borrow. But it is a win-win situation. When they borrow, they're able to grow. When they grow, they're able to contribute to the economy, and we will be able to get tax revenues from them. So it's very important for us to have our MSMEs grow, and to also encourage young entrepreneurs in the economy to participate.
What we are going to do is remove income tax for MSMEs for the first 3 years. Why are we doing this? The reason MSMEs remain informal is because they don't want to pay tax. But remaining informal limits their growth because they can only get money from friends and families and a partner draw. So by removing the income tax for the first 3 years, they can formalize, they can grow, they can access bank, equity funding. That is what we are doing to grow the MSME sector.
Time. Thank you. Thank you, Team JLP. Your rebuttal.
PNP talks a good talk, but in reality, that's not the fact. 2015, 8,000 companies were registered with the company office. 2024, 23,000 companies, twice that number. The fact is, Jamaicans are more energized to form companies, to come out of the informal sector. DBJ over that 8-year period loaned almost $70 billion US, 117 billion of investments, 86,000 applicants. That is why our economy has started to turn around. And I want to say to Peter that he must be careful about innuendos, hearsays, and propaganda. First of all, your FinSac era, I don't know how you're comfortable with it. The contractor general at the time accused you of sweetheart dealings, you and your partners. You cannot now say that you earn your money in a way that is legitimate and above board.
Time. Amoy has a question from social media.
This question is from TikTok. The user who sent in this question is Kamar Jackson. Under the current administration, brain drain has become an increasingly pressing issue, negatively impacting our economy. Considering the various causes of this trend, such as limited employment opportunities, inadequate compensation, and governance concerns, what specific strategies and reforms would your government implement to address the key drivers of this problem and ensure the retention of skilled professionals?
Team JLP.
Thank you very much for that question, Cameron Jackson. That area of brain drain has been an issue for a long time. I saw it. I left university in 2001, and most of my classmates left this country because they didn't feel there was an opportunity. And it's for that reason why we focused a lot of our policies. And if you look in our manifesto, there's a huge section for young people, because we believe in a few things. We believe that every young person, as they've told us, wants to own a home one day. And that's why we have allocated 15% of every NHT house built to our young people who are under 35. We're also increasing employment. 280,000 more young people have been brought into the labor force. We're providing jobs and we're looking for higher paying ones through the work that we're doing in terms of training our people. 500,000 young people have been trained since 2020 at Heart, and we're going to continue doing that.
In addition to that, let me remind Jamaica that it is this government that has brought unemployment to its lowest level ever. In fact, the participation rate in the job market is 68%, the highest it has ever been. Under their watch, people lost jobs. They borrowed and spent, or tax and spent. Under this government, no new taxes and jobs have been created. This is a more responsible government, and the future of young people are brighter with the JLP.
Thank you. Team PNP, your 90 seconds to answer the question.
Raising the tax threshold to 3.5 million, the tax-free threshold to 3.5 million, is one of the most fundamental and revolutionary things we can do to retain our best and brightest. As I said, this is a manifesto that we've put forward, not just about a campaign for the next election. This is about the next generation. We want to ensure that our teachers, our nurses, our police officers can provide for their families in the way they should. We want to rebuild the working class and the middle class. We want to ensure that buying a house, buying a car, aspiring to improve, to lift your whole generation is not merely a dream. So yes, what we have proposed is radical. It's transformational. It's going to require a shaking up and a reordering of all the priorities of government. That's not accidental. We're working for a social revolution. People are not going to elect a new government to do the same thing that the outgoing one is elected to do.
When I hear them speak, I wonder which young people they're speaking about. When I speak to young people, they tell me they have no hope of owning a home. With the NHT limit being raised to 9 million, the problem is that the houses cost 40 million. There's no hope.
Time, Mr. Sanders, time. We now take a short break and invite you to stay tuned.
You know, I have to ask this question. How is it that Christopher Tufton has so much mouth when it comes on to the economy? And when he was supposed to speak about the health, he was nowhere to be found. I don't understand this debate. I can't comprehend this debate in my head. Jamaica's health sector is in crisis. And Dr. Christopher Tufton is on a stage talking about finance and economy. The economy. Can somebody let this make sense to me? Why wasn't Dr. Christopher Tufton on the first debate to speak about Jamaica's health crisis in this country? I don't know. And one thing that I know, last year, it was, well, the last election we had, rather, not last year, last election we had, was finance minister against opposition spokesperson and finance. Now, they have a whole team. Tufton, Jeffrey behave himself, Dr. Christopher Tufton, Auntie Favour Williams, and Auntie Dana. May God help this country. May God help Jamaica. Dr. Tufton went to school and had get a doctorate in economics, I think. And when he was supposed to be on the stage speaking about Jamaica's health crisis, Dr. Tufton had no more chance to speak about corruption, you know. Because until now, he cannot tell us when will Cornell Regional Hospital be finished. When will Cornell Regional Hospital finish? No, seriously. These people take us for a bunch of dodo heads. And that is why I am encouraging the Jamaican people tonight. On election day, go out and vote as if your life depends on it. Because if you put in back these people, if you put in back these people, Curly, Larry, and Mo, go Google Curly, Larry, and Mo, you know what I'm talking about. Curly, Larry, and Mo. If you put in back these people, then dog nyama our support in this country. Dog nyam our support in this country. If we dare put in back these people. Seriously. If we put in back these people, dog nyam our support in this country. And that is why we must stand firm and send a clear message to Andrew Holness and his stooges. Some people may not want to watch my program when I finish talking. But there are three stooges, Curly, Larry, and Mo. We go back over to the debating, general election debate. Stand by for them, please.
Welcome back to the Economy Debate presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. We invite you, the public, to send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Send them to Jamaica Debates. We'll now ask Andrea to start this segment with a question for Team PNP.
The 0% in year one as an insult to public sector workers. The party says they have looked at the budget and fiscal policy paper and will do better for the public sector workers if elected. What percentage increase would a PNP administration propose?
Well, the first thing I'm going to say, we are going to treat public sector workers with respect and dignity. I won't talk to the JTA president like the Minister of Education and say him performing at his conference. That is disrespect. Disrespect is when you need to get a meeting, you have to get restive and threaten strike action. The fiscal policy paper has, in its first year, 9%. In the second year, 6%. In the third year, 6%. They have offered 0. That is not an offer. We will do better. But by lifting the income tax threshold to 3.5 million, we are easing the pressure. We ease in the pressure on our nurses. We ease in the pressure on our policemen. We ease in the pressure so that more money will be in their pockets. They have a history of dealing with civil servants with disrespect. You right now have 2 sets of civil servants in the same office doing the same thing and earning different salaries. A whole set of anomalies that arose from the public sector compensation review. They haven't addressed it. There's supposed to be a meeting tomorrow with the JCTU and you cancel it. They are the ones who treat them with disrespect. We have a history of working with our public sector in the interest of this country, and we will continue to do so. So when we come into office, it will be better than 0% because there is money in the budget to provide better for public servants.
Team JLP, your rebuttal.
This is a government that has given the public sector the largest wage increase in the history of Jamaica. What did the public sector know under the PNP? Wage freeze after wage freeze after wage freeze. We are committed to continue negotiating with our unions. Negotiation is a process. We still remain at the table. Our Prime Minister has indicated that we will get to a point that is satisfactory for the public sector workers and for Jamaica as a whole. We remain committed to the public sector workers.
Time, Mrs. Williams, time. Thank you. Al, your question to Team JLP.
In fiscal year 2013-14, the then Minister of Finance, Peter Phillips, balanced the budget. Minister Phillips met the targets for the primary surplus and the budget deficit. The JLP said at the time, including you, Minister Williams, that the then PNP government was preoccupied with passing the IMF test and not the people's test. Can it be said of this JLP administration that it is preoccupied with reducing the debt instead of growing the economy and passing the people's test?
We are passing the people's tests. If you look at what we have done, what we have achieved, all that we have achieved, we have done it for the people of Jamaica. Look at roads, look at new jobs created, look at the level of inflation, look at the number of houses that are being built. We are going gangbusters. Every day we wake up, it is to grow the economy. During our administration, we have grown the economy. We have had 33 quarters of growth, interrupted only by COVID and by Hurricane Beryl. We wake up every day to ensure that this economy expands so that there are opportunities for our men and women in the society.
When we speak of the people's test, all these nice economic jargon about GDP and debt to GDP ratio and all of that don't mean anything to the ordinary person, to most of our Jamaicans. What they think about is how is everything that we're doing affecting the quality of their life. We're giving more water. 350,000 more people have water, 280,000 more jobs created. We are improving the quality of life of our people.
Team PNP, your rebuttal.
What I want to ask every Jamaican, is your life better? Can you afford the same things you used to be able to afford? Do you have to choose between paying your utilities, buying food, or buying medication? Is your life better?
The lived reality, notwithstanding the macroeconomic numbers of most Jamaicans, is a struggle to put food on the table. When you go to the supermarket or the corner shop, you pick up things and you have to put it back down. If you suffer the misfortune of going to a hospital, you have to sit down on one chair for 2 or 3 days. And what we have seen at Cornwall Regional, it moved from 1.5 billion to 25 billion. That is the waste that we will eliminate so we can put money back in the hands of the Jamaican
Thank you very
people.
much. Time. Al would like to use this second and final follow-up question. Al.
According to the World Bank, the Jamaican economy average annual growth of the last decade is around 0.8%. Why is this? And what will you do to get it to around 5%?
Thanks for that question. Thanks for that question on growth. There have been many impediments to growth, and we have seen that documented in many places. If we look at the impediments, they include training, and we're doing that, 500,000 trained. Another impediment to growth is the high electricity cost, and we have taken the decision to not continue on that bad JPS contract because we know we need to have lower electricity costs. In addition to that, infrastructure is another impediment to growth. And that's why we've spent so much money on fixing our roads, providing internet access across this country, and improving our investments in technology. We understand that in order to bring the growth rate up, we are going to have to do these things.
You have 45 seconds.
What they haven't spoken about is how corruption has impacted that growth. How our foreign direct investment has moved from 900 million in 2015 to 300 million today. That 11 of them are under investigation for illicit enrichment. I, Julian J. Robinson, can categorically state, I am not under investigation. Can the three of you say that? We need growth. We understand the assignment now. We have consolidated our economy. We have to improve the outcomes in education, which have been poor. You talk about energy. It took you 8 years to put out a request for proposal for renewables. Why? Because of the corruption at the Ministry of Education, where you see 4 ministers over 8 years.
Time. Thank you. Social media, Amoy.
All right, so we're on TikTok, and I'm seeing a question here from Joe. Policies often target low-income earners, while high-income earners are generally believed to be able to manage on their own. What in your plans directly supports middle-income Jamaicans who are caught in the squeeze?
Team PNP.
So the contrast between the JLP's approach of reducing the income tax rate for everyone versus the PNP's approach of lifting the threshold is a prime example of that. The cabinet ministers and the prime ministers will benefit the most from the reduction in the rate of income tax. Police officers, nurses, doctors, security guards, public servants, those who are at the rank and file of the police level, everyone who earns under 3.5 million will be the major beneficiaries of our program. That is what differentiates our approach from theirs. They talk about prosperity. It's prosperity for them and their cronies. When we talk about putting people at the center of our policies and programs, it's because we want to lift everyone. We want to lift those at the bottom. We want to build out the middle class. We want education to become a bridge from one generation to another to move them to another level in society.
And we will continue to lift the standards of the majority of the Jamaican people. The income tax threshold, we're going to remove tax on overtime so that our security guards, our nurses will get a break and you put more money in their pockets.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Team JLP.
The PNP does not understand how the economy works. First of all, they talk about our performance. Our performance we're very proud of. We created the lowest poverty rate in the country on record. We created more jobs with more participation in the economy on record. And while we're doing that, we are building out new industries in digital technology, in our port facilities, for logistics hub, as well as maintaining and building on the traditional industries that are there. Most persons in Jamaica today, young persons who have a skill, can find a job. That was not the case under the People's National Party. And I want to just come back to this issue of corruption, because they seem to think that they can speak about things in mid-air without any evidence, innuendos and suppositions, as if people are going to accept that. What the Jamaican people want is who is going to look after them, who will bring down crime. Peter Bunting depended on divine intervention without work. In fact, he is on record, I believe, as the only Minister of National Security who was unable to secure himself. And I am happy he's okay from that unfortunate incident in Portland. But it speaks to confidence in their policy to reduce crime. This government has reduced crime by the lowest over 30 years. And this is what Jamaicans want. They felt unsafe under the PNP. They feel a lot safer under the Jamaica Labour Party.
Mr. Tufton, thank you. Time. We now take a short break and invite you to stay tuned.
The general elections debates are presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Watch, listen, decide, vote. Watch, listen, decide, vote. Jamaican, watch programs like Met We Talk, like Reason with Rattigan, that will give you information for you to make the right decision on the day of election, September 3rd. Because until now, Christopher Tufton cannot tell us why is it that Cornwall Regional Hospital continue spending and spending for the control and until it can't finish. Until now, Cornwall Hospital cannot be finished. And Mr. Tufton can't tell us why. But we must put them in for a third term. I hope the Jamaican people will wake up and smell the brew of the Blue Mountain coffee. And if we give Andrew Holness, Christopher Tufton, Darrell Vaz, Dana Morris Dixon, and Auntie Faval another chance in this country, dog, name our supper in Jamaica. If we get another chance, we become like Sri Lanka. We become like Sri Lanka. Jamaicans, wake up. My fellow Jamaicans from all walks of life. Put this country first once and for all. Wake up, Jamaicans. Wake up. We cannot, under no circumstances, putting back these people into politics, into Jamaica House. We cannot. $3 trillion of taxpayers' money in account of the poor. The corruption from 2010 to now stand at $6 trillion. The level of corruption from 2010 to now stand at $6 trillion. $6 trillion Jamaican dollars. $6 trillion. You know what $6 trillion could do for us? You know what $3 trillion could do for us? But we allow these people like Daryl Bass to call us all sort of names. They're talking about rural school bus program. It was some other modern democracy, prison don't miss them. If it was some other modern democracy, prison do not miss them. $1.4 billion of taxpayers' money went to buy some old dilapidated school bus, but they see fit to buy 10 or 100 out of a new garbage truck. But they don't see fit to buy brand new school buses for children. And I encourage Jamaicans from all walks of life. If at no other time in your life, Jamaica is at a tipping point. This is one of the most consequential elections in the history of this country. And I call on Jamaicans from Negril Point, from Galena Head Mountain to Blue Mountain Peak. Put this country first. Go out and vote as if your life depends on it. As we rejoin the general election debate, coming to us live from Kingston, Jamaica, on the Make Me Talk program. Stand by, please.
Miss Birdie, H&L Homes, and V. The general
Welcome back to
election.
the economy debate presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. We invite you, the public, to send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Send them to Jamaica Debates. We now ask Andrea to start the final segment, with a question for Team JLP.
The central bank has cut its policy interest rate from 7% in July 2024 to 5.75% in August 2025. The regulator has been pleading with the banks, the commercial banks, to further reduce lending rates, but it's not happening fast enough. What will your administration do to further pressure banks to cut their lending rates?
So we are seeing interest rates come down, and we're getting early signs that the rates to borrowers is also coming down. Just recently, I was speaking to the DBJ. You know that the DBJ on-lends to the banks to lend to our MSMEs, and DBJ reported that they are seeing lower rates in the marketplace from banks. As the Bank of Jamaica bring rates down, which it will, we fully expect that our borrowers are going to begin to see lower rates in the marketplace on the various loans.
I think that the reforms that are taking place within the banking sector, the independent central bank, which has to drive this issue. That's why we supported the independence of the central bank, and competition What we have been working on, but I do agree we need to work on it more, and this is for the next administration, is to make it easier for someone to move their account from one bank to the next. We believe ultimately in the market, within reason, of course, with a regulatory framework, not like them who allowed an attempt at liberalization that drove us into FinSA.
Thank you, Team PNP, your rebuttal.
Before the break, Chris had the gall of claiming success with crime. The fact is that more Jamaicans have been murdered under this JLP administration, almost 13,000 murdered in their 2 terms than in any other 2 terms in the history of Jamaica. That is failure, not success. We commend the police for the job they've been doing this year in reducing it, but you can't take credit for that. That's despite your failed SOE policies.
What we will do to ensure that the banking sector is more competitive, we are going to ensure government deposits. There's a system to ensure that all banks participate in government deposits.
Thank you. Time. Al, I invite you to pose a question to Team PNP.
The former CEO of Grace Kennedy, the late Don Webby, consistently called on Jamaica to reduce its food importation bill by half by 2030. Given that Jamaica spends around $1 billion a year on imported food, and according to the FAO, Jamaica's food imports account for approximately 21% of its total merchandise imports, what will your government be doing to reduce the food importation in a meaningful way?
Under the JLP administration, the imported food cost has doubled. It was $800 million US 10 years ago. It is now $1.6 billion. That 800 million US dollars, or about 150 billion Jamaican dollars, should be going into the pockets of the farmers of South Manchester, South St. Elizabeth, and farmers all over Jamaica. We have committed to forming an agricultural development fund. This is going to ensure that we inject new technology, new machinery into our farming communities. It's going to ensure that we put adequate post-harvest storage and processing facilities in place to reduce the 30% or more that's lost. We are going to ensure that funding is available for our farmers.
And we commit to the Jamaican people and to the farmers of Jamaica to reduce importation by 25% in our first term. We also commit to helping farmers access financing at more affordable rates and terms. We also commit to helping them with products such as insurance to ensure that when natural disasters hit, the impact to them for recovery is not as high.
Team JLP, your
First of all, there is a need to do more to develop our local industry for self-sufficiency, but also for export. The fact is this government has done a lot. In fact, if you look at the last 8 years on domestic export has gone up by some 31%. What it means is that more local companies within a much friendlier environment are in fact producing and exporting. But it is a fact that we are importing more at the same time. That is simple. We have an economy that affords the capacity to demand more. We have a thriving tourism industry, and we have a consumer who is earning more. This will contribute to a greater demand. It's a process, but it's also a sign of success by this government.
Thank you. Time. Andrea, I invite you to pose a question to Team JLP.
Major platforms such as Meta, Google, and TikTok are earning money and data from the Jamaican economy, but they are not paying taxes in Jamaica. What policy changes will your administration pursue to ensure that Jamaica directly collects taxes from these platforms?
So we recognize that those companies that you mentioned are not paying tax to the Jamaican government. We have our tax entities in conversation with these entities to ensure that the Jamaican people get their fair share of taxes from these companies. We sit on some of the international bodies that look at taxes across different countries to ensure that there's fairness in what's being done. And I know that we will pursue it vigorously to ensure that Jamaica is not left out as these companies thrive on our data.
What's important to also note is that a lot of our young people are using these platforms. I know recently I saw someone on TikTok selling some nice products that I thought about buying. So our young people are using these platforms very well, and they're creating content that is absolutely amazing. And so we have the tax side that the minister has said that we're looking at in a more multilateral kind of approach, as we tend to do as Jamaicans. But also, there are also other concerns too in relation to artificial intelligence. They're using a lot of our creative energy. They're using our music. They're using our cultural ideas. And those are going into AI programs. And that's something we have to look at.
Rebuttal, Team PNP.
It's clear that there's no policy to deal with this. This is where we have to work with our CARICOM states to develop a common policy. Why? Because these are large multinationals. Their GDP would dwarf the entire Caribbean region. And so it requires some consensus among the region to ensure that you implement a policy which every country agrees to and that you can stand the test of time. We recognize the importance of our creatives. That's why we are establishing a $1 billion fund, not like the film fund that has disbursed zero, but a $1 billion fund for creatives, for artists or singers or potters, the people who create content so they can build their businesses.
Time, thank you. Social media, Moy.
On social media platform X, Sean from Kingston says, free healthcare means little if hospitals don't have CT machines, x-rays, or even basic supplies. What short-term financial measures will you take within the first 2 years, if you win, to fix these shortages and ensure patients can actually access proper care?
Team PNP, you go first.
You know, I really wanted the Minister of Health to focus on these issues, but him seem more preoccupied with dealing with FinSAC and other people's business. Because if he spent more time dealing with Cornwall Regional, we wouldn't have a $25 billion overrun. If he spent more time dealing with the hospital sector, when people go there, they wouldn't have to sit on a wooden chair for 3 days. And when they have to do an MRI or CT scan, they have to pay $50,000 for go. And the same ambulance for take them have to pay for it too. And them can't get toilet paper in the hospital. Our health sector is failing despite the amount of money we have spent. It is the inefficiency of the Jamaica Labour Party why we are here. We are going to ensure the dignity of Jamaicans who have to traverse our public health system. They have been failed by this administration. And that is why we are committed to ensuring that monies which come into the coffers go for the benefit. So when we look on the drill and we drill down, it shouldn't cost $31 million for a $3 million drill. Because what does that do? When you go to the hospital, you have to pay now based on that wastage, that corruption, and that inefficiency. What can go so, Jamaica? How can you feel comfortable?
There are currently no CT scan or MRI services available at Mandeville Regional Hospital because the private providers have not been paid.
Time, Team JLP.
Well, let me just start by saying I wasn't the one in 2015 who said we had to use garbage bags as aprons or cut a soap in two. That is their spokesperson of health who spoke about the crisis in the system. So we have come a long way, and we started from a very low base. It is incorrect to say we don't have CT scan, just to say to your social media person. We have CT scans, we have MRIs. In fact, we have more digital machines in our health system than any time before. We need more, but we have done better than the PNP up to 2015 when they were there. Oh, I have more time. Let me also say, because I have a lot to say, that we have embarked on the largest expansion of hospital build-out than any other government since independence, the largest upgrading of health centers than any other government since independence. We have hired we have put in our establishment over 3,000 doctors and nurses, double the numbers of community health aides, and last year we served up 3 million prescriptions to Jamaicans on the National Health Fund. In their 2015 year, they did less than 1 million. The facts are that more Jamaicans are being served by our health system. Do we need to do more? I am the first to say yes, which is why we need the next term to complete the work that we are doing. They talk about the issue, they did nothing. As far as corruption is concerned, that's innuendos and talk,
Time,
no
thank
proof
you.
of that,
Time,
and I
thank you,
condemn
thank you,
them for
Mr.
that kind of
Tufton.
position.
Time. Thank you, thank you. All right, we're at that segment we're at that point in the debate where we allow the teams to ask a question of the other, yeah? So we're going to start with Team JLP posing a question to Team PNP.
Thank you. It is our considered view that the 3.5 million threshold increase that was recently announced is nothing but a Sam-Fi political scam. In the beginning, it was 2.1, then it became 3, then it disappeared, and then it appeared 1 week before an election. You have to tell the people of Jamaica, I ask you to tell the people of Jamaica, is this just an election scam? Or is it that you are going to be cutting much needed services such as NHF, where we spend $19 billion for drugs in hospitals, or university spending, which is $17 billion? Tell us how you plan to really cut discretionary areas, as you have called them.
I answered the question already, but I'm going to answer it again for the Jamaican people. I have said we are going to raise the threshold to $3.5 million. How are we going to do that? We're going to do that because your budget says that $140 billion of additional government revenues will be earned over 3 years. But that is at your 1% growth, which you have no ambition on. We're going to grow the economy by more than that so that we can pay for these things. There's also a benefit when you put more money in the hands of people because they're going to spend it, which will allow the government to collect more on GCT and other indirect taxes. We are the party committed to ensuring that all Jamaicans thrive and not just a few. Our plan is better. It is more equitable. Their plan will benefit the richer people more. Ours will benefit the working people, our nurses, our policemen, the security guards, the civil servants, to put more money to ease the pressure of the cost of living that they have to face. That is our commitment as a party of social justice and equality. So when you talk about Samfire, what Samfire you're talking about? Madness you're talking about? We will deliver on behalf of the Jamaican people. We have a history of protecting our most vulnerable and ensuring that they have more money to spend so that they can protect their families and those around them.
Time, JLP, you have a 45-second rebuttal.
Jamaicans, the 3.5 million threshold is the largest political scam. They cannot tell you how they're going to fund it. They look at the current budget, they see the projections growing to 140 billion, but they don't tell you that expenses are also growing. So that's not available for you to use towards the 3.5. And you also put out an ad showing how much people are going to get on a monthly basis. You know that's a lie. They may get it for 1 month, but it's not going to be there. The 3.5 that you're talking about cannot be
Mrs.
done.
Williams, thank you. Time. Team PNP, your turn to pose a question to Team JLP.
How can you be trusted to keep promises when you've broken promises on impeachment legislation, unexplained wealth orders, term limits, grand referenda? You've attacked the Integrity Commission relentlessly. You've undermined them. You have even failed to sign the Code of Conduct, basic principles dealing with integrity, honesty, selflessness, and accountability. How can anybody take your word? How do they know that those candidates who are under investigation for illicit enrichment are not offering themselves out there right now to the public, secretly knowing that they are corrupt? The clock isn't working, by the way.
Oh, the clock isn't. Okay, I'm just going to still go ahead. and answer that question. It's a very curious question because I know in the 90s when I became politically aware, I remember politics and scandals. I remember hearing light bulb scandal, fat cat scandal, and then the mother of all scandals, FinSac. When you look in your dictionary and you look for scandal, you see the PNP right there. In terms of the Integrity Commission, it is this administration that implemented it. It is this administration that puts $2 billion annually to it. It is this administration in our manifesto that says we're going to strengthen our corruption prevention mechanisms in this country. It is this administration that has delivered Jamaica's best anti-corruption score. And it's not us that said it. It is an international body, Transparency International. We have been the ones that have been taking Jamaica on the path of anti-corruption, not the PNP.
In addition to that, let me just say very clearly that the Jamaican people are concerned about their lives, their livelihood, their communities, and by extension, Jamaica. They talk, we deliver. We have delivered the lowest unemployment, the lowest poverty, reduced crime despite Peter's objection by over 40%, the lowest in 30 years. That is what is important to the people of Jamaica.
Mr. Tufton. Time, thank you. Team PNP, you have a 45-second rebuttal.
It's interesting that they say that people are concerned about their standard of living because they're talking about things that happened in the 90s. That's over 30 years ago. Young people who are listening, does that affect your life now? Yet still, they're not speaking about the scandals that young people, anybody 25 years and younger, would have experienced what happened with rural reading education, to the point that education is behind. We are celebrating as a country five subjects being attained by 19% of our children. That's 1 in every 5. Is your child one of the 5 that is attaining 5 subjects? And if your child is not, what is happening to them? Our standards are too low. What happened to the used car scandal? What happened to Petrojam scandal? And I'm sure there are many others. Come on, man. 30 years ago, we're talking about.
Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. Thank you. Time. Okay. What we're going to do now is this. We're going to invite Team PNP to deliver a closing statement of 2 minutes in length.
Jamaica, the current macroeconomic figures look good, but what is your lived reality? What do you go through every single day? The reality you face is that you are living hand to mouth. You are working, but you can only afford to go to work and come back based on the wages that you earn. You are working poor. 55% of Jamaicans are considered food insecure, which means they cannot afford to eat a proper meal per day. If they go to the hospitals that Chris supposed to build, them can't find toilet paper or a bed. Jamaica, you deserve better. Time come for a better life. The next People's National Party administration will lift the tax threshold to 3.5 million, so we can put more money in the pockets of working Jamaicans. We are going to eliminate the tax on overtime so that, again, people can get a break. The same people who are working hard to build our economy. We are going to run a more efficient economy so that this thing called the Office of Plenty Ministries, that is a bottleneck where nothing can go through and it takes you a year to do something. We're going to eliminate those efficiencies so that we can grow the economy beyond 1%. We are going to ensure that anybody who is the first in their family gets a scholarship, and that means for persons who are currently at university. We are going to ensure that those who are buying a house get the $500,000 deposit. And I want to assure persons who earn over 3.5 million that this tax benefit is for you too. So what are we going to do? We're going to build a Jamaica in which all Jamaicans can feel a part of. So come September 3rd, when you go to the polling station, I want you to think carefully. I want you to use your head and put the X beside the head.
Time. Thank you. May I add that the order of the closing statement was predetermined by a coin toss. Team JLP, your 2 minutes.
My fellow Jamaicans, in 2016, you asked the Jamaica Labour Party, you gave them your vote of confidence to correct the ills within our economy caused by the People's National Party. They served 24 of 27 years and created more debt, more unemployment, more poverty than any other administration. Fast forward to today, 2025, we have the lowest poverty rate, we have the lowest unemployment rate, we have a macroeconomic stable society, we have more companies registering to start their business, we have crime that has been the monster of your business, your personal life, down the lowest in 30 years, all by the policies of this government. We still have some ways to go. Our hospital and health centers have embarked on the largest expansion and build out. They left it as a disaster. We have had to correct it. We ask you on September 3rd, give the Jamaica Labour Party the opportunity to continue the work. We have done more for you than any other administration, and certainly more than the PNP has ever done. They are now coming with a one-week plan, essentially, to get your vote by claiming 3.5 when they rejected our 1.5 when we started. They don't know how to get us there. We will get you there. We are about protecting yourselves, your families, your communities by doing what is necessary. That is all that matters. Their diversion around innuendos, rumors, targeting persons, and character assassination does not impact you in your community. It is about the water, the road, the health services, and this government has done more. On the 3rd of September, put your X beside the bell, vote for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Thank you, thank you. In the good spirit of the debates, we invite Team JLP and Team PNP to meet in the middle and shake hands. You can applaud. All right. That concludes that concludes the economy debate between Dana Morris Dixon, Favour Williams, and Christopher Tufton for Team Jamaica Labour Party, and Julian Robinson, Keisha Anderson, and Peter Bunting for Team PNP. Join us again Thursday, August 28, 9 p.m. sharp for the final debate in the 2025 General Election Debate Series, the Leaders Debate, featuring party leaders Dr. Andrew Holness from the JLP and Mark Golding from the PNP. Thanks for joining us.
There you have it. That was the debate. We're going to go over to Television Jamaica to hear what they have to say about the debate. And then we're going to take some calls right here on the Make We Talk program. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, people, stand by as we go over to them now to see what they have to say about the debate. Who won the debate? Oh, there's nothing going on there. Well, okay. We do apologize about that. What we're going to do, we're going to open the phone lines and you tell us what do you think about the debate. Who do you think won the debate? 954-529-8030. 954-529-8030. It's now 11:28 right here in some parts of the United States. We're not going to stay long. It is 10:28 in the land of wood and water. In the land of wood and water. As we stand by to get some phone calls in. Turn off your TV in the background, please.
Sir Jeffrey, good night to you and your listeners, man.
Good night.
I want to commend the Debates Commission for having a team debate on this one, because Julian would have annihilated Favour Williams badly. And I don't think Julian wanted any company was to deliver those blows tonight. Team PNP once more took this one, and I will say 65 to 35.
All right, my friend.
I tell you, God bless, man. Wonderful.
God bless. One love to you. The number to call is 954-529-8030. Good night. Make we talk here live. Go ahead.
Yes, good night.
Good night, my
Sir
friend.
Jeffrey,
Yes, sir.
curious.
Yes, curious. Who you think? What do you think about the debate tonight?
Well, the clear winner by far is the PMP.
Yes.
The JLP does not have an answer, and they are telling Jamaican people that they should not mind the corruption, they must turn a blind eye to it, etc. The People's National Party clearly have the better plan to bring Jamaica forward. When the question was asked about remittance and import export, the People National Party clearly have the better plan to improve agriculture so that Jamaica can export more and feed itself more, hence import less. When it comes on to corruption, the JLP does not have an answer at all. And they are telling Jamaicans to forget about the corruption. That's what I get from them. But respect and big up.
Thank you very much. The number to call is 954-529-8030. Thank you. Walking in Divine Purpose for putting the number up for us. Please, thanks very much. My mother, Rachel. Good night, make we talk here live. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Jeffrey, good night.
Good night, my friend.
The PNP took the task, took the cup tonight. When the JLP said that they give public sector the largest increase, I would agree. But when a better extract of 700,000, and when I look at the income tax and the different thing, 300,000 come out of his investment with 300,000. I saw in essence, then they give it the 700,000, then take back 3 and give it 3. So I would never work with the Jamaica Labour Party.
All right, my friend. Thanks for calling in.
Yes.
Thank you. Good night, make we talk here live. You only have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please. Hello, good night, make we talk here live. Go ahead.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Go ahead, sir. 2 minutes.
I think that the JLP is a waste of time. I don't know why they put up those people there to go against the PNP. They don't have no plan.
Okay, sir. Thanks much.
Thank you.
Good night, make we talk here live. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Jeffrey. Good night, man. I'm here listening and seeing what's going on.
Yes, sir. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the PNP done well, very, very well, man. I really appreciate what the PNP is going on with, to be honest with you. The Labour right there don't have anything to propose other than things of FinSac this and FinSac that. Nothing good about it.
All right, my friend. Thanks much for calling in. Good night. Good night, make we talk here live. You only have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good night,
Good night.
Jeffrey. Massive Yes, as I made my own observation on the debates, and I realized that this debate, which would have normally be one person's representing each side, which is the finance minister and the opposition spokesperson and finance. However, that debate rather tonight, to me, was more to protect Favor Williams because if you note last year, if you noticed at your conference is the first time in history that I've never seen a finance minister speak on the platform of a conference.
All right, my friend. Thanks for calling in.
They would have known that Favor wouldn't have managed this one-on-one with Julian.
Indeed.
And as we said before, Christoph Tant was supposed to be on the social development. Minister of Health, as Julian Robinson kindly remind him tonight. And he was brought as a protector to shield Favor Williams tonight. That was the strategy of the JLP.
All right. Thanks much.
Thank you very much.
The number to call is 9545298030. Come on, call and tell us what you think about the debate tonight. Who you think won the debate? 9545298030 is the number to call into the program on the Make We Talk program. My take about this debate tonight is that good night, Make We Talk here live. Okay. The number to call is 9545298030. The person hung up. 9545298030. That's a call. That's it. The numbers to call into the program. Sir Marsh, you've been calling me? Marshy? Let me call Marshy. 9545298030. Listen, I think I want to hear what Emily she's gonna say about. Marshy, welcome to the program. You're calling. Go ahead, live. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, man. I want to say, if Pedro, I know even somebody, say somebody pick me. And me no want nobody mash her up. She mash up herself. Nobody never force her into this. But this is a destruction. If you think Colonel Charles Jr. in his debate was bad, comes to favor, is he the Minister of Finance?
That's a good question.
What a disgrace.
Indeed, my friend. All right, Marshy.
And the little what she ever read, she didn't have to read it because she read somewhere she planned that they might ask after that. And then Christopher Tufton have no damn shame. Not a shame. Look at the condition of the health sector.
Yes.
Eh? All right.
All right, Marshy. Thanks much.
PNP win clear.
Yes, man.
Yeah, man. Take care.
9545298030. Those who are just calling, can you call back, please? 954-529-8030. What do you think about the debate? 954. Okay, I can see we're in the Jamaican people congratulating. Good night, make we talk here live.
Yeah, good night, Jeffrey. I have my quick 2 minutes. I think the PNP devastate this one. You know, come out successful, and I don't think the GLP team is actually ready. You know, Faval and the other lady, Dana, they are inexperienced to the political arena, and Mr. Tufton make a fool of himself. So I think
you know what I don't understand, Colin. We gotta run. You don't understand why they keep on going back, way back when, about FinSec and whatever.
yes. Lack of ideas, sir. Lack of ideas. That's what I'm.
My thing is this: why is it that they don't release the FinSec report? Gotta run. Thanks for calling in.
Okay, good.
Good night, make a talk here live. Go ahead. We're calling for 2 minutes, please.
Good night, Jeffrey.
Good night.
Yeah, I just want to bring out one glaring point in the debate where Christopher could not defend the public healthcare system.
Yes.
He talked about the healthcare system, which we all know the healthcare system includes the private part of the system. He absolutely failed to defend, as the Minister of Health, the public healthcare system. He never mentioned the public hospitals.
Yeah.
He just couches answer by saying we have a good healthcare system.
All right,
and that's very shameful. And Jamaican people need to take note of that.
Okay, sir. Nice
He doesn't respect them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, make we talk here live. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please. Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, good night. Good night. You have 2 minutes, please. Go ahead. Okay. You hung up. I didn't hang you up. 9545298030. That's the number to call in. 9545298030. Call in now. There's nobody in the call. Call in now, please. Good night. Make we talk here live.
Hi, Jeffrey. How are you?
I'm good. Turn off your TV. Turn off your TV in the background, please.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
I think Flavored and the Minister of Education sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. The lady from the Minister of Education lady and the Finance lady, they make a big mistake of themselves. You know, I think even the one at the Finance, I think she should be more brighter. That you see the reason why we have so many dunce kids in Jamaica? Okay, because I think the government chose the wrong set of people to put in position. Thank you.
Thank you.
They can beat PMP.
Okay, thank you. Good night, make we talk your live. Okay, first hang up. Hello, good night, make we talk your live. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Mr. Tavares. Definitely, that's an quote by the PMP. They use the Jamaica Labour Party to sweep the floor. I don't know what anti-flavor. You know what? Anti-flavor was never even there. Christopher Tufton could not defend the healthcare. He just and Dana they were reading from a script. They were reading from a script. Flavor had a script that she was reading from, and even then she was not making any sense. Total nonsense.
Okay.
Nonsense. Julian Robinson, oh my God. Fox, hitting them.
Okay, ma'am.
I give Julian 10 out of 10.
Yes, thank you for calling.
PMP all the way. Oh my gosh.
Hello, good night, make we talk your live. You only have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Mr. Jeffrey.
Yes, sir. Turn off the TV in the background for me, please. When you call the program, please, so in the interest of time, turn off the TV, please, and you only have 2 minutes to be on the call, please. Go ahead for me, please. Hello.
William shaky.
Okay.
All
right, sir. Thanks.
Nobody up me too. You can send time.
All right, sir. Thanks, Mr. Thank you. Good night, make we talk your live. Okay, the person hang up. The number to call is 954-529-8030. And I am seeing something here. Hold on for me. Can you do it for me, please? Can you? The number to call is 954-529-8030. The number to call to the program. Okay. I see where somebody's saying. I think came out already from the People's National Party. Congrats to our team, winners of the economy debate. And I would say that too. Peter Bunting, Keisha Anderson, and Julian Robinson. Julian Robinson, you have made your family and your friends proud. I am proud to call you Jamaica's next Minister of Finance because you have demonstrated to us tonight that you have the capability to run this country. The number to call is 954-529-8030. 954-529-8030. That's the number to call into the program right now. We're on live. This is Make We Talk. Let me see what's going on over this end here. Okay, we're not seeing anything here. Boy, this has been a debate, a nice debate. A nice debate. So, based on all we're getting from the debate here, believe you me, why didn't the JLP send a debate team? I don't know why the JLP sent anything. Hello, good night. Make we talk here live. 2 minutes, go ahead.
Jeffrey, good night.
Good night.
Excellent teamwork by the PMP.
Indeed.
Everybody, Julian played to his strength, Peter Bunting played to his strength, and that lady,
yes,
she just came
Miss Robinson. Miss Anderson, rather.
Nice little cherry on top of your ice cream.
Indeed.
Delicate, nicely slip. Remember me calling my body you all this week and tell them to make it simple that a 5 and a 6-year-old could I understand.
Yes, and Julian
Mission
did so.
accomplished. Mission accomplished. I asked and I received and I give thanks and I am so proud of them.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gone. I'm leaving you and giving somebody else a chance to talk.
Thank you so
Take
much.
care, Jeff.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you for everything that you do. Thanks again.
Thanks. Hello, good night. Make we talk here live. Go ahead, 2 minutes, please.
Guys, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Well, I can say I'm proud to be a Jamaican after watching this debate. The People's National Party. In cricket, you would say 6. I don't know how many 6 they hit off these guys. You know what I mean? Or 4 or whatever. But trust me, they hit them out the park.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That guy, I'm telling you, Peter Bunton and Robinson, trust me, they put them in their places. They put them in their places, and what I'm trying to say is, I hope Jamaican, especially Jamaican alike, like the Labour Party, people were jumping up and said labor rights. I hope they saw this tonight. I hope they open their eyes and see what's in front of them and what's coming to them. And I hope they make the right choice, PMP. Trust me. Yes, I'm proud. I'm telling you, I'm in Canada here. I watched it, and trust me, I'm proud. I'm proud.
Is
I'm
this
proud.
the first time on the Make We Talk program, sir?
No, I spoke to you anyway. I spoke to you before, and trust me. Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you're a subscriber to the program?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah. Liberate and unity for Jamaican. Progress and prosperity for the People's National Party. Yes. Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Thanks much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This has been a debate. This is what you call a debate. A debate. The numbers to call into the program. My friend Curious called in a while ago from the Taxes Association. Didn't want to run off Curious, but because, I have so many calls coming in. And I must tell you something. For those who want to call the program, it's also a WhatsApp number. It's 954-529-8030. It's also a WhatsApp number. It's 954-529-8030. Call into the program. What do you think about the debate tonight? You have some people who the flop and the flip. This minute they're PNP, next minute they're JLP. But anyway, that's how we Jamaicans are. Good night, make we talk. You're live. Where are you calling from?
Calling from overseas, Sir Jeffrey.
Yes, man. Go ahead. You only have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm watching the debate, and there's 2 things that come to mind. I think the JLP, the questions for the JLP are the main reason for the JLP was not their qualification at no point at all. They answered nothing with substance. And for Faithful, I think throwback should be her question. But for Tufton, I believe the dead babies should be his question. And for Dana Morrison Dixon, I believe shampoo and condition should be her question. Because
Come on, no.
Yeah.
Don't go down so low.
Yeah, man, I believe shampoo and condition should be her question because they answer nothing with substance and nothing with fact. Yeah, we seem to go way back in history, and it's the history of their.
And you know something to call up? Why is it that they have to go back all the way back to the 1990s? They have the FinSat report, Why they don't release the
Exactly.
FinSat report?
Let us put it as the Julian said, put it on the table, and then we can discuss the facts around the FinSat report. We don't want to hear them talk about the FinSat report because there's a lot more, as the PMP lady senator said. I forgot her name. Sorry. We could talk about the rural read. We could talk about the illicit aid. We could talk about a lot of things. Okay, so I don't know.
Right now, the Jamaica Labour Party from 2016 until now has more corruption underneath its belt. It's unbelievable. Gotta run call. I have a next call coming in. Thank you for calling in.
Jeffrey, blessings.
Blessing, my friend. Good night. Make we talk you live. Go ahead. 2 minutes, please.
Good night, Uncle Jeffrey.
Good night.
That is the reason why they must send your picnic at school, man. That's why PNP build school. Enough respect to the PNP team. Enough respect, man.
Yes, indeed.
PNP all the way, man. And you got one next one where come. You never hear in a court that time.
Indeed, on Thursday.
Yeah, I tell you, always in a court.
Yes. All right, my
Yeah,
friend.
man.
Thanks much.
Yeah, enough respect. Yes, man.
Good night. Make we talk you live. Go ahead. 2 minutes, please. Turn off the TV in the background. Hello, good night. Okay, the person hung up. When you call the program, turn off your TV in the background because you will not hear when I answer the phone. If you do hear, it's going to be a delayed thing. So turn off your TV in the background, please, whenever you call the program. The number to call is 954-529-8030. And I'm seeing something out of the People's National Party camp. And I must say congratulations to Julian Robinson. Julian Robinson, Peter Bunting, and Keisha Anderson. Congratulations. Julian, you have made the Robinson family proud. You have made the Tavares family proud. You have made the Thompsons family proud. You have made the Johnsons family proud. Good night. Make we talk here live. 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Sir Jeffrey, how you doing?
I am good, my friend. Turn off the TV in the background for me, please.
Yeah, man. All right, Sir Jeffrey, let me tell you something, man. I am feeling so confident that they'll be better tomorrow.
Yes.
For my country, Jamaica. And I can tell you this much: I can hardly wait to come home to it. Believe me.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I love the debate, and I'm very much confident that the PNP will create a better Jamaica for Jamaicans. And for those of us living overseas, I see a whole lot of us coming home.
Yes.
Because that's what we have been craving, hoping, and praying for.
Indeed.
Good night, my brother.
Good
Yeah,
night.
man.
Good night. Thank you so much. Jamaicans from all walks of life are planning to go home to vote. And I encourage Jamaicans in Jamaica, do not sit out this election. Do not sit at home. Your vote are not for sale. Your vote is your fundamental rights to go out and vote, to exercise your franchise to vote. Do not sit at home and say, if I didn't know. Go out and vote as if your life depends on it. The number to call is 954-529-8030. Good night, make we talk here live. Go ahead, 2 minutes, please.
Hey, good night, Tavares. How are you doing, and our listeners?
I'm good. I'm doing good, my
Great.
friend. Thanks for listening.
Great. You know, I was just saying to myself that as an undecided voter,
Yes.
well, certainly up to this point, though I am waiting for the major round to come. I don't know. I'm just thinking, why didn't the JLP send out a debating team? 2, why did Christopher Tufton not field questions on health? And 3, why did he make no mention of the Cornwall Regional Hospital and its costly overrun? And why is Favour Williams? I'm not even sure which ministry she holds. It can't be the finance ministry because she's lost up some creek without a paddle. I mean, she's hapless.
Yes.
Oh my word! What?
Yes, man.
I will just say this. I can't say I am totally decided, but I know where I'm leaning. But I wait for the big one.
All right, man.
I wait for the big one.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care, bro.
Good night. Thanks much. Those who were just calling, you can call back, please. 954-529-8030. That's 954-529-8030. That's the number to call into the program. 954-529 954-529-8030. That's the number to call into the program on the Make We Talk program right here. It is now 11:54, 10:54 in the land of wood and water. Good night, Make We Talk. You're live. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Kentucky.
Kentucky, yeah. Go ahead.
Hi, good night. Good. All right, good night, Jeffrey, and listening audience. Just two quick things on the debate. I really appreciate that Julian shows that for the role that he's going into, he knows why he's going there to help the country because he spoke with such passion. And one thing always perplexed me because I listen to the YouTubes and stuff. Why do the JLP keep commenting about these 3 point whatever unemployment when a census hasn't been done? How do we know what age category?
You are so correct, my dear. You are so correct.
Yeah, yeah, I don't understand because you don't really know the age category as far as from what age group to what age group is the working population, who has just left school, what's the aging population, and all that stuff. So how are they getting that pool? And plus, they change the categories. So this 3 point whatever, I mean, for once they say that, the PNP just need to rubbish it and just like it's not a true figure. You know, people should not listen to that. And the JLP just they don't speak about what are the plans, what are the policies that they're going to put in place to say we're going to grow the economy based on we're putting in this thing like the entertainment thing that the PNP is going to do or something. So I hope and I pray that my Jamaican brothers and sisters really look at not just the quick fix now as far as they get the money to do the here or there and eat something. I really think about long term and not just be so focused just on Jamaica, but look at the world at large and see the changes that's happening. That's my comment. All right, bye. Bye.
Hello, good night. Look at talk here live. Go ahead.
Yeah, pleasant night. Pleasant night. Yeah, good night. Calling about the debate.
Yes, sir.
I saw it since night. Well, basically, as you can see, the Jamaica Labour Party, you're gonna convince the people to win. All right, that gonna happen on the both side as well. You understand? But the thing is, I heard the Jamaica Labour Party saying that a lot of jobs are available and so on. But why? What I want to ask, why when a person have their qualification and go to college and have their and basically
In other words, what you're saying,
have their
you know what you're saying is that they go to college, get the qualification, come and they can get a job.
get their yeah, and they cannot get a job, and you send out a lot of application and resume, all kind of stuff,
And still no job.
and you don't receive back a call. You still don't get no job. You still don't receive a call, and it seems as if, on my point, what I really see what's going on is like you have to know a person. You have to have an inside links or something like that to get a job these days, and that's not fair.
True.
That's, you understand? That's not fair because you waste so much money, go to college, have your qualification and stuff, and you end up a person with less qualification or a person who don't even have the qualification that you have, basically have a job and you in need of a job and you cannot get it.
All right, my friend. Thanks for calling in. Gotta run. Thanks much.
So that is my question for the night.
All right, sir. Thanks much. I'll see what I can answer it for you as soon as I get this far. All right.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Good night.
Okay.
Good night. Make me talk your line, Sir Smith.
Sir.
How you doing, my friend? One of Jamaica's eldest statesmen of all time who have history. Go ahead for Mr. Smith. What do you think about the debate tonight?
You know, my mother, God rest her soul, used to tell me that the worst embarrassment you can feel is if you feel embarrassed for somebody else. You know about the person who is looking on the street light and somebody say, "What you looking for?" I said, "I lost $. So where you think you lost it? He said, "Over there." So then why you looking here? So because the light is better over here. I am somebody asked a question about the diaspora and their attempts to assist their people in Jamaica and what can or can't be done.
Yes.
And the lady who is unfortunately in charge of our education system turned it into a baggage claim. It's like, whoa. Then the Minister of Health finally turned up in the wrong place.
Indeed.
So, since we're talking, finance,
Yes.
why couldn't he explain the overrun at Cornwall Regional?
Good question.
That was a perfect time for him to say, we know there have been concerns as to overruns and things, but, these are the facts. Or maybe I'm being too judgmental. Maybe he just couldn't drill down the facts, if you pardon the pun.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Smith. You are a man who are well versed in a lot of things and know what's going on in our country. You looking at this debate as a Jamaican voter, forget that you're a member of the PNP, you're a member of the JLP, you're a Jamaican, you're undecided, and you see this tonight. What would you think? What would you do?
I have successfully brought all of my 6 children, 3 boys, 3 girls, past the age of maturity. My youngest is due to be 20 in October.
Yes.
So I felt you have done well, But 2 of my children now conspired and gave me grandsons. I know for a fact whose care I wish to put those 2 grandsons in. That's the most I will tell you. And I tell you this much, they won't be busing to school anytime soon.
Oh my God.
But I'm waiting. The last debate, which the PNP, in my humble opinion, seem to have won street and lane.
Yes.
The Labour Party put out an ad immediately by the time the credits were running, congratulating their team for winning. I'm looking with bated breath to see if they pull the same stunt again.
They're going to do it. They're going to do it, Smith, because that's what they love to do. They're going to do it.
On what basis?
Because they believe they
Did you hear anything about the economy from the government side?
Nope. Not one single thing.
I was a little embarrassed when I don't know who it was, Julian or somebody, who accused the minister of pro-bax finances.
It was Julian, and I love when Julian do that.
Which is, and it is punctuated by here. She stood on a stage recently and called herself Auntie Flavor and said, somebody said, I said, I earn money now, I get a pro-back. But her mathematics said that the man should have a longer time to pay for it. It's one thing when you lie to me. When you lie to yourself, it's a problem.
Yep.
But I'm not going to invite anybody as to where they should put their eggs. Yes. But I'm suggesting strongly that you do put your eggs.
Indeed.
It is very crucial. This election is not just an election. This election is the cusp of your future. Those of us past a certain age would like to retire safely. Those of us who are not on the way there would like to see somewhere that them can go. And illicit enrichment is an unfortunate badge to wear. But I hope after all of this, we have a viable opposition.
I hope so.
Because in my opinion, what I'm looking at, it might be a little tricky.
Yes.
Because some people might be too embarrassed to go out and do them thing.
I am hearing from somewhere to Smith, to Finty Smith. And by the way, who's just joined us, welcome to the program. We're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. It is the debate night tonight where we have some discussion. The debate is over. It's the financial and the economic debate. And on the phone we have with us none other than Robert Finty Smith. He's a former major in the Jamaica Defense Force. Am I correct, Sir Smith?
Currently a major in the cadet force in the training battalion.
Yes.
But I am an officer retired from the
JDF.
JDF.
Yes. I am being told, Sir Smith, that the Prime Minister's seat is a bit shaky. Are you aware of that?
Shaky, I'm told, is not the word.
Oh, Lord.
I think the problem is when you have visitation to parts unknown at 1 o'clock in the morning, trying to convince people to be amorous towards your intention. You have left your home unguarded. So don't be surprised if when you do get home, there's somebody else in the bed.
So the people of that constituency, his constituency is saying now that they don't want him. I heard that the People's National Party, Paul Buchanan, is giving him a run for his money.
I am told that Mr. Buchanan, who don't seem to be afraid of anything or anyone, is moving right ahead.
Oh Lord.
The other thing I am been hearing, I don't know how true it is or accurate, but I don't think the PNP will have any problems with transportation of voters.
Why
When you
so?
look at an entire country and call them rapists and murderers,
I am telling you, yes.
but expect them to the poll, it's a different movement.
True. And that is why
I'm told drivers lining up to carry people.
That is why, Sir Smith, I am encouraging every single member of the public transport sector tonight, and the sound of my voice. This is one of the most consequential elections in the history of this country since 1962.
But I go further.
Yes.
Do you know why they could say no new taxes? They have been collecting taxation through the taximen. The ticket system and the ride on the backs of taximen.
Yes.
It's where the supplemental income seems to be coming from.
Oh, Lord.
I rate taximen because they not only put themselves in danger, but what they have to do to earn a living in a country where food isn't that cheap is commendable.
Yes.
Remember a lot of taximen, them own taxi, them run up and down running taxi for the boss.
True.
And when the boss gets his little much, you have to wonder if your children and the lady at home can eat. But the government has steadfastly sat down on not allowing them to have a livable wage.
Yes.
I don't want to cause too much trouble on your program and say everybody likes to sue you. So let me leave you with this.
Yes.
I'm not joking now. I sincerely hope that nobody in the present administration house catches fire anytime soon. They may have difficulty getting firemen to come.
I heard that they're on strike. Is that so?
I don't know about strike, but the people them say, you not only say you're not giving me a raise, you're lowering my emolument.
Listen me.
You
Gotta
think
gotta
you
run
think
and have some more
zero?
calls coming in.
If you think zero was bad, you're into minus.
Lord of his mercy. We'll talk, Sesame. Thank you for calling in.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Good night. Make we talk. You're live on air. You want to speak on air? Salute. This is the Make we Talk program. We are coming to you live on air tonight. We're live on air, Luke. You want to speak on air?
Yeah, you can.
Yes, we're
I
live
can
on air.
go
What,
on.
what do you think about the debate tonight, Sir Luke George Cook? Welcome to the program.
Jeffrey, let me tell you something. If you listen to the Jamaica Labour Party and you listen to the Minister of Finance, Miss Williams, tonight, I was wondering why she didn't have a drink of white rum. Because I think that she could have the way how they have framed the narrative, Jeffrey, that Jamaica is at an all-time poverty reduction and you're earning more, people are working. So when it got to that, the discussion where me hear the Minister of Education talking about she have to go give a hot meal and she including breakfast. Why we going to a welfare state if we're such a prospering society? And you know the liarities in this debate are astounding. So you're going to take jobs at Peter Bunting for him to say, well, FinSac was there in Bunting and Goldie was a registered financial agent, and that's what we were there to do. We make money. But look on the other side. The truth of the matter is that people are just tired of the lies. I mean, this was 8 wonderful years, but if you go to hospital, you can't get a bed, you sit down on bed for days and the machines don't work. And you just heard the minister say, oh, it wasn't perfect, but we will get it done. And let's be truthful, if we are to be truthful, nobody is going to get it within 8 years. But the fact of the matter is that we should come to the Jamaican people with a little bit more integrity and a little bit more respect that this administration is far too arrogant. And you're talking about creating an institution like the Integrity Commission, but you're taking a sledgehammer to it when it don't satisfy. Why is it that we're going into an election, Jeffrey? We don't have the statin survey report of living of how many persons are living in the country, and this crime rate that has gone down. Have America taken on a lot of the key players in crime through the border crossing. You know, why is it that we're not speaking the truth? Because what is the number of Jamaican living on the island right now? How has America ever said to us, are we seeing the wars that were in Jamaica fight out in cities of American state right now? So, you know, when you listen to these people, you just wonder, how do they sleep?
Luke, let me
Because
ask you
it's
a
a
question.
perfect country.
Yeah, let me ask you a question though, Luke George Cook. Let me ask you this question. You're in Jamaica and you see what's going on in Jamaica right now. Your views on the 1.4 billion school bus saga. Luke?
Yeah. Jeffrey, look here. Minister Val should be in jail. That is what a government needs to do. We need to take these people. All right, Jeffrey, when you know going to make a decision on behalf of a country that you recognize that we have so much social and economic issue, why would you buy
Hold on for me, Luke.
second-hand buses?
Luke, can I send you the link and you come on?
Yeah, you can send me.
Okay, hang up and send you the link because I got some more calls coming in here. Let's send you the link right now. I'm gonna put in a little. Hello, good night. Make a talk here live. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Good night, good night. I just want to give you my quick opinion about all of this. I'm an economist, and I was listening to the debate, and I heard when one of the representatives on the JLP side spoke about importation of food doubled to $1.6 billion per year. Now, that is crazy. That is where our resources are wasted, because we are a country that can farm and we should grow what we eat. As one of the things that Michael Manley have stated when he was Prime Minister. We are spending our resources importing food, onions and peas that we can plant in St. Elizabeth. That's crazy. Another thing, the unemployment rate that they're speaking about, are they looking at the thing that people are not actively looking for work? That's why the unemployment rate is down. Jamaica is filled of scammers. So scammers are not looking for work. So these are the things they need to look at and stop trying to pull wool over the eyes of the Jamaican public. And as far as the crime rate is concerned, the government ministers need to look at themselves in the mirror, because I do not know the cost overruns could have reached in the billions. And the people who are supposed to be dealing with the Integrity Commission and declaring their statutory deductions, the statutory income, and proving how they earn whatever they have, they're not doing so. And how can, one final point, how can someone who is just a politician, don't run any business, just be a member of government, become so rich? 60 million US dollars, some of them value from a government salary. These are things that I'm concerned with.
You know, listening to you, sir, you are concerned about it living outside of Jamaica. So do I. The question we must ask ourselves, sir, is the Jamaican people live in Jamaica concerned over what is going on in the country, sir?
I don't think they are, because in the last election, when they do a poll and ask the public how they feel about corruption, it wasn't even a factor for them.
There you go.
So from the top to the bottom, they don't care about scamming. They don't care about thievery, the misuse of the taxpayers' resources. So that is where the problem is. It's not a factor. They're a corrupt group of voters. Yeah.
All right, sir. Thank you for calling.
You're most welcome. Bye-bye.
And hello?
Yes?
I would love for you to call about the program some more, because you touched on a very important point there, because you're an economist. But
I will. Yes.
I love to call about the program some more, sir.
I will. It's just that we don't have much time, so I just had to be quick.
Yes, sir. Thanks much.
But I'll call.
Okay, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good night. Good night. We could talk here live. Hello, good night. We could talk here live.
Sir Jeffrey, how you doing?
I'm doing good, sir. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know I don't need so much.
Okay.
As a person looking for a product to go, I want to tell the JLP tonight, very thanks for directing me to the PNP. Because I'm wondering, are they campaigning for the 2025 election, or they are campaigning for the 2016 election?
I tell you something, you know, I think the JLP have smelled one of the biggest rat from downtown Kingston, you know.
When I, when if I want some New York.
Possibility because they have some in New York look like some cat.
Yeah, because what I do know is their strong point is talking from 2015 down.
Yes.
They, it look as if they forget the years between 2015 to 2025. They don't talk anything about that.
True.
So this to me, Julian Robinson and his team, I want to tell them thanks
Indeed,
because
my friend.
they actually drive the listeners to the PNP. I want to, I don't, I just, how could they have the Minister of Finance who doesn't even know how to call the figures? Anyway,
I tell you something, the Minister of Finance, I think she's living in a world by herself, you know.
oh my, it is sad, but you know what? Let someone else
Yes.
push you in.
Okay.
You know, I listen to it very often, and yeah, Shaka and all of them guys, but I'm kind of silent, you know.
All
So,
right, man. Thanks
all
so
right,
much. I
cool,
hope
cool.
you subscribe to the channel, though.
Long time, man.
Right, man. Respect you. Thanks much.
All right, my brother, cool.
We have with us in the studio here none other than social justice advocate Luke George Cook. Luke, welcome back to the program, sir.
Um, yeah, Jeffrey,
Yes.
the the debate tonight was interested to hear
Good night,
how
caller. You have 2
people.
minutes to come to the program. Go ahead.
Yeah, blessings, Jeffrey. We believe you see the arrogance where the JLP them come with and them lie and the disconnect with them up with the people, with the common man reality on the ground. We believe drive the people them more toward the PNP. It's debate for them though, the arrogance yeah, it too blatant and bare face. Yeah? Blatant and it bare face and it drive the people them. It get people them upset. Because the people them so we're happy in a hospital. Listen. My final thing and conclusion is we the people of Jamaica, we know, lot of us know that we can do much better. Yeah, and we reject this low level of standard. This low standard, we reject it. We used to see better, and what we vote out is what we did want to improve, not what we did want to decline. Yeah, we vote out what we did want to improve, not what we did want to decline. Yeah, look at education where the maths used to be 14,007. You jump up celebrate the nine and then something there. And most people know figures. The murder rate go up to 2019, like it go way up and then it bring them back. It haven't reached back where him commanded seat. So you must celebrate with the people them wanna do no research. Yeah?
Thanks, man.
Bless it. Yeah, man.
Jeffrey,
Luke, turn off the thing in the background for me now.
1 second. Jeffrey,
Yes.
you tell the audience need to stop saying that the Jamaican people don't care. They do care. I've never seen so many uncommitted voters in all my years are now excited to go out and vote. They just want to see the end of the Andrew Holness-led government. And bear in mind, these were young people that yesterday they are under 50 who believe that a change of government from the People's National Party meant that the country probably could have gone in the right direction. What they have recognized that it was tit for tat and butter for fish. Same old, same old. So if you notice that when the tracing match is
Hold on
going,
for me, Luke. Hold on for me, Luke. Hold on. Hold on, the person hang up. Let me hold on. This person will call. Let me just take this person no more call for the night. Get about this person here because she was calling all along. This is the Mecca Talk program. We're listening, watching from around the world. Eastern Caribbean is now 12:24. Good night, caller. Welcome to the program. You're calling.
Good night, Jeffrey,
Good night.
and your listener. I will give it to the PNP because Julian Robinson, he do well. The three of them do well. But Julian punch real hard. But listen to Emily Shield, he get the JLP, and three person even and in Palengi, the PNP the winning.
So Emily, what you said? Emily Cooks gave the PNP the winning too?
The JLP.
She gave JLP the
But
winning tonight?
three, yes, yes.
Um, Jeffrey,
I
me
don't
tired of
know.
Emily.
Didn't give it. But
Me
three
tired of
person and
Emily.
in Palen, what did they with the debate? Them give PNP the winning.
Oh God.
All right, caller. Thanks, man.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You know what? Why Emily them not go run for a seat in politics? Since them think them can do better. Most of these people on radio need to retire because when you listen to Jamaicans when you're talking, Jeffrey, it's not that we are coming with any policies that we want to see different. You know what I saw the other day on YouTube? Bobby Montague said, if you're sitting at home and you have an idea that could work and make the country better, please submit your proposal or your idea to the Jamaica Labour Party. We will take a look at it and we will credit you for your contribution. The debates are not about what we are hearing, because here's what is true. People are putting their best foot forward because they want your vote. It's whether or not as a country, both internally and externally, we're going to hold people to account. You see, nice enough the part where we say we are going to give diaspora a seat in the Senate. That's good. Wonderful. How are we going to hold the next government come next week when Jamaicans go to vote? As I said, one of the inspiring things for me, Jeffrey, why I jump on your platform now, is the amount of undecided voters that me couldn't stand them one time. When you see them, they are enthused, they are voting. People are reading manifesto. People are having discussion in their backyard. People are disappointed. If this is the best minister of finance, I know Favor Williams when she started out at Jamaica Money Market with her husband Leo. And that woman that was at Jamaica Money Market, I would beg Favor to go back to Jamaica Money Market and take a job. She was a woman that you believe in her soft-spoken voice had the integrity to speak truth to power. Now everybody come. Boy, we have the best prime minister. So we don't have the best minister. It's the prime minister that make the Jamaica Labour Party. If them not say, bro, God, good enough, the Jamaica Labour Party now achieve not because nobody in the Jamaica Labour Party is not bringing the best ideas. The debate tonight helped us to realize that there is a bankrupt system for ideas in Jamaica. And it means that, Jeffrey, you, I, the listeners, Jamaicans have to know whoever formed the next government, come up with some quick thinking, because here's what is true. If we have another major outbreak, are we ready as a country? If we have natural disaster, are we able to reboot and come back again? What has happened to the Jamaican economy? Every time we hear tourism, our dependence on foreign exchange, now we are hearing that we need to expand the farms and make sure that we make some money. There's a 2 billion or 3 billion industry in the farming. I hear Christopher Tufton talking about our export, but because we have so much money now, Jeffrey, all that we were used to eat curry chicken, but we want caviar. Where the even people who are middle income people are beg now, Jeffrey. People are put out them hand. So you talk about the National Health Fund. Do you know how many people go and get medication, never take the medication because them now have nothing to eat? How is it better that you have to go to the unit from 2022, me and you attack, and I have had I'm supposed to do surgery on removing kidney stone. And every time I go at university, the machine now work. Or I'm being told that the line before me is so long. Now you see, you have to go out in the public space. You would have charged me almost $1 million to do the surgery. In the private space, that I have to be consulting because I want the stone out because it is blocking the urinary tract. That means the urine is not coming out, and I'm having more and more pain. I'm seeing blood. I'm in pain most of the time. Have to be on pain medication. And me hear you are tell the Jamaican people, oh, for start Cornwall region with one money, increase the money for the overrun. You're not done yet. I'll now buy one machine when me hear say a $3 million. What can go so? Who wins in these things? So if people want to go out and don't take it serious, that we need a government of the people, and it's 2 million of us compared to 64 people who sit in parliament. Every man have a vote. Let your vote count. Hold your leader and do not get into this political dynasty that them love us. When them win, whoever wins, win, lose, or draw, you have to come back to me, come tell me before the next election what was on the priority listing, how much we have accomplished, and it has to be an ongoing discussion that we are making change that is going to benefit all the Jamaicans. So when you talk about,
I want to say something to you, Luke. You talk about Jamaica food and so forth. Jamaica's import bill hit a record high of US $1.6 billion of July this year. And I go further. Animal feed, 88.6 million US. Rice, 70.5 million US. Fish at 69.4 million US. Sugar, 67.9 million. Wheat, 56.5 million. Cooking oil, 56.5 million dollars. That's US. And also potato that the people of St. Elizabeth is farming. They import potato into Jamaica at a cost of $46.9 million. Beef and codfish, $40.4 million. Banana chips and plantain chips, 17 million US dollars. So tell me something now. I expect this country to become better.
look here.
Lloyd Green was the Minister of Agriculture for how many years? Don't see it fit that the people of St. Elizabeth could sell their potatoes more than you importing potatoes into Jamaica, and the bill stand at $46.9 million US dollars. That is going on in this country.
Look here, Jeffrey, it has to get better. You know why? That's why you come on this program. That's why your listeners listen. You just had somebody says, I'm an economist. And that's what we need to do. We need to have, from the minute we come on your program, I did say it to you, you have to have what is called the think tank. Because there are ideas, there are people on your platform that wants to talk. I've listened to you a number of times. I don't get to talk. And so we need to create that space where people can begin to help us to shape a vision of Jamaica that we can all believe in. It's not for me who won the debate. It's for me living in Jamaica who have just watched how people lives have been totally destroyed, and then watch a set of politicians called the Jamaica Labour Party come on TV and said poverty is at an all-time low. Employment is at an all-time low. So you got to work in the coal industry, which is the next cotton field. It is the modern cotton field of
what they call it now, the BPO sector.
yeah,
It's
the
modern day slavery.
It's the modern cotton field. And this is what a country celebrates 63 years later after independence, that what you make in this modern cotton field can basically cover your living expense. And so you literally find people now are literally juggling. So the person who goes to the BPO have a little basket in the back of them car, them a sell little cologne, them a sell little sweet, them a sell little. They're trying to get things that people want. What I would have loved to have heard, and this is what the both political party need to tell us, what it is that we're going to do. So I know that it might be AI generated, that Andrew Holness is now saying that they have some ads going around where Andrew said, we're going to refine oil and you can put $40,000 into this. And every month you'll make 180,000. There are ideas that can take us out of poverty. If we look at how we would now make sure so we use ganja, for instance, for medicinal purposes, there is a big European market. There's the United States. There's a big market. How we can look at renewable energy to cut the cost. Can we go back and negotiate with the Venezuelan that we get oil cheaper? Hence, the cost of living can be significantly be reduced, because here's what is true. You went to the United States, you agree with the American president, you walked away from the Petrocarib, but it was providing scholarships for students. So when our students got stuck in the Ukraine and needed to come home, and your response was, "Unaga borrow a loan to come home." Why did they leave Jamaica to go to the Ukraine to study? It was far more economical for them to do that. It was probably easier for them to access scholarship. So a lot. I'm never going to be the Jamaican that says it can't happen. I want to see it happening in our generation, Jeffrey. I want us to begin to rethink this thing, rethink who our partner are going to be in this geopolitical stage of our life. Rethink brand Jamaica and let us use it. Jamaica, by and large, have one of the most influential culture. And it is an island that, while it is broken, very promising, Jeffrey, because if we can transform the Trelawney cricket field into a multi-purpose facility, can you imagine us saying to the Knicks or one of those bigger basketball company, come, we're going to have villas built around the facility, and you can come and during the winter month use the facility. We have good medical staff, we have physiotherapists, but you get to enjoy some of brand Jamaica. One of the things that I found interesting is that the Jamaica Tourist Board needs a package for Jamaica and living in Jamaica. There is so much of it for us to discover on this island. It's not only the winter tourists that we should depend on, because in COVID, unfortunately, a lot of Jamaicans left their home just to go into some of these hotels, just to get out. So let us start speaking to the Jamaican. And I believe that it would be good if the minister could have said to me, I hear everybody saying, oh, Minister Dixon, the education minister, who believes that giving one breakfast and a lunch is going to take us out of poverty. What you need to tell me, Minister, why is it that you allow Favour Williams to insult the teachers, and teachers make everybody have a career?
But she insulted the teachers too.
And that is why I don't know, because Jeffrey, you know what me that love she did say tonight?
Yeah.
In Cornwall, Middlesex, and Surrey, we're going to have an assessment center to assess learning disabilities of our children, so that we can stop send them into classroom, that we know that they are failing, and that is why chopping the line is so attractive. We're going to assess them to see what their capabilities are, because we want to see more Jamaicans have good work. So the idea is grabbing people somebody from a family. I mean, Damian Crawford come with it because people cuss him out and laugh off him. But how do you stop in an intergeneration poverty? You remember back in the 60s, the 70s, our parents used to look for the brightest child in the family, put all of the money in that person there with the hope that when you get over, you will look back and pull somebody up. We need to go back to thinking about education. If you are going to be the country to build well, Jeffrey, you need to start looking at the investment that we put. So I don't know why they're contradicting their argument. How can the country be so wealthy under the Andrew Holness led government, but at the same time, you have to get free lunch, you bring bus down here where you know they are defective. Our drivers are having to learn them. You're going to have to retrofit them. You know, think the money they could have did use for do something else. And I'm still saying, Jeffrey, how can Andrew Holness, in all fairness, say to the Jamaican people, I care about you. Where is the report from Statin that we paid billions of dollars for to say what is the population size? How many people went across the border?
And
Are
not
we
only that, Luke, where is the report from SSL and FINSA?
look
Where
here?
is the certificates from Daryl Vaz with the $1.4 billion bus? All he's gonna say in Samshal Square that we must ask Mark Golan for his birth certificate, and the damn well know that Mark Golan was born in this country, and if he did not born in this country, he's a member of the Commonwealth, and Jamaica is a member of the Commonwealth of Nations. We need answers from them.
That is not an argument. You see, this is what I'm gonna tell you. Say, politicians don't have no fear for God. And if it was in the day of Ananias and Sapphira, all tonight, from both sides, them that drop down are dead. Because the truth of the matter, you know, they are talking intimately about each other. Because I don't know why Peter Bunting never said, have you zipped up your pants and stop hiring people based on who you're sleeping with? In your ministry, minister, is it that we're still paying for your prostitution costs versus getting somebody who understands it? No, look here. The minister of health is not a doctor. I hear that they have just literally pushed the doctors out of the decision making in the hospital. We need to investigate whether or not the Netherlands came to Jamaica and offered to build out Children's Hospital. Now we're building a Western wing for the children out in the West. Of course, we need to do that. But Jeffrey, what has delayed the final date for the Cornwall Regional Hospital to be over, that we have had this massive overrun?
Do you
Why
want
did
me to
we?
tell you? Let me tell you
Yeah,
let me tell you what delayed. Let me tell you what have delayed it. Money gone in some of them pocket. You have some of them,
exactly.
you have some of them who are project managers who don't know one thing about project. They're just a normal chef. And they get millions. And according to my friend Mutty Perkins, gone off in the winds, flying like a kite. Carrying
Yes,
this work.
you say if Mark Golden win, and when him win, because as I tell you that everywhere I go now, and I keep on saying to them, you're ready to for vote, or you're just very enthusiastic about the politics because you are just getting involved. Are you registered to vote? Are you going to go out and vote? And people keep on telling me, yes. You see, if Mark Golden win and him don't imprison some of these people, it don't make no sense.
Makes absolutely no
Don't
sense.
make no sense. People forgot jail. Portia Simpson had 3 doctorates. Never called herself Dr. Portia Simpson. 3 honorary doctorate was bestowed on that woman. This man never go away and study for none. Some of our poor people, picnic, are go up there. Them can't even finish the degree. But they don't come out with the entitlement of a bro God and a doctor. And everybody is so, Dr. Andrew Holden, Dr. My backside, you have made the country sick. In 9 years, sir, you have made us sick, and you keep on lying. Oh, you're cutting ribbons here. You're on a bill out. The one time Desmond Mackenzie built a transitional center for mental health people, Jeffrey.
Mhm.
Oh, down going down King Street. You know who for name the pan it? Desmond Mackenzie.
So why is it that Desmond Mackenzie don't give Kingston Cemetery, give it a rename? The Desmond Mackenzie Cemetery.
Look here. No, them not do that, brother. They were introducing dark tourism. I don't know if you observe it, but me as a man will pay attention to every little detail. Almost the whole of them political meeting pan the Jamaica Labour said, you have man a walk with goat head, you have man
But
have
hold on there.
triangle.
Don't you see the Prime Minister right now at 12:45 here in the United States, 11:45 in Jamaica? Andrew Michael Holness is on the campaign trail right now in some part of Jamaica campaigning.
Of course.
Couple days ago, at 1 something on the 2 o'clock in Jamaica, he was in Negril Town, the hell of a loudspeaker.
But I thought Andrew had this down pat, because he would have asked him Hindu consultant and Hindu goddess if he might win. So I not see why I'm for campaign, because him go to India and him come back here with that. And if it not work at India, it not go work at Jamaica, brother. People tired. Stop the line. I wish we could ever, like Mark Golding or not. And I have come to, let me tell people, I've come to appreciate talking to that man. He answers you.
Yes.
He might not, he's not the most verbose speaker, but mannerism to the point that the other day I had to say to him, I hope your mild manneredness is going to win over more people, because you never meet the brother in the road yet and him show you. In fact, I met him in the streets, and we called each other by our first name. I called him Mark, he called me Luke George. We introduced each other in that. But the fact of the matter is in a long time, you don't meet nobody that have that temperament that says, me really willing to listen to people.
Yes.
And him really want to hear. And him engage you in a conversation. And him not talk over you, him listen.
Yes.
And he takes, and so if for that reason, I would like Mark Golden to win. I'm not going to buy the argument when people in your platform have Israeli citizenship. I'm not going to buy it when Minister Grange has Canadian dual citizenship. Stop lying to us. You go to the finest hospital in this damn country when you're not sick on a fly go Miami. How much of us can fly go even take a bus to Montego Bay? Have you ever tried to sort healthcare outside of Kingston in one of the rural parishes where in St. Anne's Bay, Dr. Brown down there is begging people to get equipment into the hospital because she want the Jamaican people them to get better care. Don't buy the lies. I'm hoping that people will rise above the lies. Favor say we could have saved most of $2,000 and buy ourselves a Pro Box. So why you a drive road in big vehicle while you want the rest of us to drive around? And why you can't bring back the railway system? Because Jamaica is overcrowded with vehicle. And if you're going to talk about environmental friendly things, then we probably need to look back on creating a system of having the train come out, and so some of us can stop drive around because it takes you 6 to 7 hours sometimes to get from one place to the other. But seriously, I would love, Jeffrey, for them to tell me what is the population size of Jamaica right now. How many people went across the border? How many of some of these hardcore...
Hold on a minute, look. I was just chiming into a TikTok chat room, and I heard when somebody said, and I quote, "Auntie Favor, it's time for you to go back to Mars." I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these people? It's time for her to go back to Mars. On a very serious note, though, as we, it's now 12:48. We're gonna wrap up anytime soon. Look,
yeah,
when you look, go ahead.
Look, Favor is not a public speaker, but Favor is not a finance minister. Favor does not understand what it is Because Jeffrey, me now go call you America and beg you now, because everybody in a Jamaica is richer under Andrew Holder's administration. Poverty has been cut in half. Education has increased in its deliverable, but yet still our children are not passing 5CXC. And let me tell you what is happening. At St. Andrew Technical, if you don't pass 5CXC, you can't graduate, you can't take your picture. So imagine going to a school for 5 years, but if you don't have the capability of passing 5, but you're all 3, the school says that it's our policy that you don't get to graduate, you don't get your picture taken.
That's not right.
And that now becomes education. That when I when I am today, I was talking to somebody from the Ministry of Education, and we were talking about a student who 2 years ago saw her on the street not going to school, took her to the Ministry of Education, spoke to Dr. Williams at Region 1, spoke to Colleen Ellis, who is their guidance counselor person, said, obviously this child has behavioral issues, but needs counseling and support. 2 years later, Jeffrey, in 2025, the little girl turns up at the Ministry of Education after she was placed on Mats Unlimited. Every day she fought at Mats Unlimited. Every day there was an argument. She complained that people in her community was talking stories about her and she didn't like it. The other day, I so happened to see her mother and said, how is your daughter? Oh, she's up at South Camp Road, holding place for children with behavioral issues. She come out now, and she's back at the ministry for them to place her. She was told that she got one bite on the grape, so them can't place her in an independent school. So the decision now is that you have to go to a place like Charlie Smith, that them says Charlie Smith is upgrading, or you have to go to Hail Selassie, right? Because this is what we can offer you at this point. But the fact of the matter, as I said to the social worker, we did not address the behavior, because for a 16-year-old girl in a Jeffrey to go box back a policeman because him see her suck a sweetie and tell her, said, the way how you angle that, imagine if it was the rifle in your mouth. And she now telling him in her restraint what him for do with him mouth and how him for use the circumference of him mouth. And you're gonna tell me, say, we have really looked at the social issues affecting our children in this country, because no, we can't put she in a school, so here what we have to do now, everybody asks, what is going to be the future of this child? We see it, and the fact of the matter, I was saying to the social worker, I'm just so tired, because I've written to the Child Care and Protection Act about this little girl, that she needs to be assessed. We need to find a group home. We need to do some therapy with her. When she comes for assessment, you need to have a child psychologist. You need to have a medical doctor. You need to have one pastor pray out like a demon out her. You need to have a family member there. And everybody just come with the child and say, come, we'll make a plan for your life. So, Jeffrey, it's a good day. I'm not going to give up on the hope that I have for this country.
Yeah.
And me don't know who did say them think me there Europe. No, me there yard. And when you not see me at work, I'm working assiduously on the ground. I'm not out there campaigning. I'm working because look here. If you see what I saw the other night when they took a group of young men to Denham Town police station, and when the man a protest how you take him from him corner and him a do him little cooking and him an eyeglass. And by the time me come in there, because another young man there that they found earlier on in the day with a gun that is alleged that was the gun that was taken off for the police. And the family called to ask me for guidance and assistance. And by the time I got there, I see you literally I beat the man in front of me, and I said to you, so all right, you have him in a custody and I beat him for. So crime crime mash up in a Jamaica. But the truth of the matter is that we need we need to create a platform where people can talk true to life. Or the young man Jeffrey that me dey tell you said them charge him for murder, that Brian Sykes put him case to 2026, so him have a report. Him can't do no overtime, so he's losing. And this is the administration that will tell you that they have done more for national security. And you see when them tell you, notice, Tufton can't go beyond what it is in the crime plan that is preventing crime. Him can only tell you that it happened. Because the reality is that prisons are overcrowded and they're looking to build more. Most of the key players have left Jamaica under the going over the border, and you still can't tell me what is the Jamaican population size. So how you going to plan effectively for the Jamaican people when you don't even know how much we pay a plan for?
We gotta,
But,
we
but
gotta
I'm glad,
run
yeah man, I'm glad me get for talk to you. So all I owe that talk about me there for. No man, me there.
on election night. Luke will be joining us on election night too, because we're gonna have a whole host of panels coming on election night.
Yeah man, me I gotta get a buckle of rum for Faval Williams and she say how it work wonders. Make your talk, it make your talk fluent, it makes you talk with sense. And you get to say some of the things that you always want to say, but you can't say it because you're afraid of bro God.
And she made talking of some tongues, eh?
Of course you have to go say Carabosa. Bro God, the time for go down because Warmington start lick out, you know. Tupa Lash it start lash Andrew, you know. So you just look for that division in the camp. The Montague camp, the Warmington camp is sizing up a camp against the Andrew Holness leadership. So while we are here, they have returned to the days of fighting, but they're doing it with diplomacy.
Anyway, thank you so much, my good friend Luke George Cook. Want to say thanks to all the callers who call in. Thanks to Walking in Divine Purpose in the chat room who continue keeping the things down. Thank you all very much for making this possible. For those who came on, just don't come on and just don't subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. Let the channel grow. Thank you all for coming on. You could have been elsewhere, but you decided to stick and stay with us right here in the Make It Talk program. Join us on Thursday for the live coverage of the leadership debate between Mark Jefferson Golden of the People's National Party and Andrew Holness of the Jamaica Labour Party. Until you hear my voice again, I'm Jeffrey Tavares saying so long. May God bless you. May God bless our island home, Jamaica land we love. Have a great night, everybody. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica.
You can trust that when you send me to Parliament, you're not have a bench warmer or a table knocker, but you have a champion who is ready to serve you. And so I do not have to ask, but I know no one me ask anyway. Northwest St. Anne, are you ready? Oh, my comrades, see the signal waving in the sky.
Oh, when the back against the wall. Me no have no friend at all. Jesus taught me how to. Why you don't wake up in the middle? Oh, in the middle of the night. I went me back against the wall. Girl, me no have no friend at all. My Jesus taught me how to pray. Pray, Christian. In the middle. Hey, wave your hand and you know what's in your belly. Push up your hand and you know what's in your belly. Push your hand and you know what's in your belly. You know when? In the middle of the night. Oh, when the back against the wall. Me no have no friend at all. Jesus taught me how to. Why you don't wake up in the middle? Oh, in the middle of the night. I went me back against the wall. Girl, me no have no friend at all. My Jesus taught me how to pray. Pray, Christian. In the middle. Hey, wave your hand and you know what's in your belly. Push up your hand and you know what's in your belly. Push your hand and you know what's in your belly. Hey, how I know when? In the middle of the night.
Casey, stop me around here, man.
You know when? In the middle of the night. Oh, when the back against the wall. Me no have no friend at all. Jesus taught me how to. Why you don't wake up in the middle? Oh, in the middle of the night. I went me back against the wall. Girl, me no have no friend at all. My Jesus taught me how to pray. Pray, Christian. In the middle. Hey, wave your hand and you know what's in your belly. Push up your hand and you know what's in your belly. Push your hand and you know what's in your belly.
Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.